Recording in progress.
Good evening. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Recreation, Parks, and Music Commission. It is a joint meeting with the Public Art Committee as well. It is April 17th, 2024. And let's take roll call, please.
All right. Berticelli?
Here.
Chisholm?
Here.
Earl?
Here.
Greenspan?
Here.
Kelly?
Here.
Here.
Here. Great, thank you. Let's stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance. And at this time, we will enter into general public comment. During general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the City Council subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited up to 3 minutes per person, depending on the number actually, we're just going to do 3 minutes. It's not a big meeting. And I'd also like, if you have any... if you're here to comment on an agenda item, we'll do it during that point. But if you're here about the swim center or volleyball, please fill out a general comment card because we'll take those at the beginning here. All right. I would like to acknowledge that we have one emailed public comment, right, from Susan Kurtz, and that was the only one. Great. Now I'm moving on to Deb Fox from Cool Petaluma. Will be our first public comment, and then we will go to Suzanne Whitford.
Now. Oh, there we go. Hi. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Deb Fox, and I am with the Cool Petaluma program. I am here this evening to just give you a preview of our upcoming transportation mode shift campaign. We are partnering with the city to basically help people get out of their cars by trying busing, biking, and walking to their destinations. With 67% of Petaluma's activity-based or direct greenhouse gas emissions coming from the transportation sector, our goal is to effectively raise awareness, promote behavior change, and build momentum towards a more sustainable and active transportation system in Petaluma. So, some of you may have been a part of we did the outreach for the blueprint to get comments from the community organizations and things like that. And we talked to a lot of people. And one of the things that we heard is that one of the barriers is fear of the unknown. And we got to experience that firsthand as John, Natasha, and I, who are part of the Cool Petaluma team, rode the bus across town to go to lunch. And we learned a lot that we didn't know, and we learned things that we now know to share with others. And I tell you that because we are using that same model of like, we try one and then participate in one, lead one type of model that also the Safe Routes to School, which is the city is, we have a task force here in Petaluma for the Safe Routes to School program. They use the same model for bike trains and bike buses to help kids learn how to ride to school safely. And so that is the same model, and this is where you all come in. I'll be back in May, but this is just a preview to invite you to be a part of supporting our community and trying new ways to get around the city. We're going to guide people we're going to have bus buddies and bike trains that are going to be going to a variety of events. But there'll be a first Friday bike ride that you all already know about, but there'll also be a second Saturday to teach people how to ride errands, to ride to the grocery store and what happens when you buy too much, which I have experienced firsthand. I ride a bike around town, to ride to nature, how to get to Schollenberger and how to get to Helen Putnam. We're looking at riding to breakfast. We're working with all the community partners in town that are the bike basically the bike community, to support us on all of this. And then, we're also then supporting May 8th is Bike to School Day. Walk and roll is what they call it. And we're asking block leaders to support bike trains that are happening all around the city with all the schools that are participating. And the idea is that we're building a support system so that there's a critical mass of bikers on the road. May is Bike Month, so there'll be also Bike to School or Bike to Work on May 16th. We have our expo, the Resource Expo, happening at the fairgrounds, and on May 21st. And thank you. And so, long story short, I will be back to tell you more about it, but you all will be invited to participate in whatever way that makes sense for you, whether it's helping to help people bike, walk, or ride a bus around town. And this all aligns with our blueprint as it relates to transportation and the land use action plan. So thank you very much for the time and a little bit of extra, and I will end there.
Thanks, Deb. Suzanne Whitford. She is representing AC Swim Club and Petaluma Swim Center.
A little bit. Does that work? Okay. Hi, my name is Suzanne Whitford, and my son swims on the AC Swim Club team at the Petaluma Swim Center. Thank you very much to the city and everyone that was involved in getting the boiler there fixed and also getting the lighting replaced. It's made a huge difference. The coaches have reported that they've seen a real uptick in the number of people in the community that are utilizing the pool since those improvements have been made. The swim team is now asking to get a date from the city as to when the pool will be resurfaced. We know that's on the radar for it to be resurfaced coming up within the next many months, but we're asking that we can get a date for when that's going to take place. Because once we have the date, the coaches can then get to work on finding other pools in the area for the team to be able to use while the pool is being resurfaced. They've learned from experience that it's hard to find available pool space, and so they just need as much leeway as possible, time as possible to get to work on trying to secure that available pool space for the swim team kids. So we would greatly appreciate that if we could get that resurfacing date when the committee and everyone involved is able to provide that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other general public comments? Okay, great. We're going to move on to a presentation. We have a presentation about installing senior playgrounds in Petaluma, an outdoor wellness project. Well, to start with, let's call it at Lucchesi, but I think we should do more than that. And I'm biased, sorry. We're going to receive a presentation regarding an outdoor fitness equipment and wellness initiative supported by the Senior Advisory Committee to provide senior wellness programming and increased access to fitness opportunities. Nicola Fry will be doing this presentation. Drew, do you have anything you want to say beforehand?
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. And while I introduce Nicola Fry to come on up and get settled as we queue up her presentation. Just to tee up this item, there is attachments to tonight's agenda. This really is a grassroots effort initiated by the Senior Advisory Committee, so we're excited to see it brought here tonight. Their staff is not seeking any action on this item tonight. It is a presentation, but as always, input, discussion, all of that feedback is taken into account as we help Nicola and support this initiative. So with that, Nicola Fry, Chair of the Senior Advisory Committee, to kick us off. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if that one goes up or not. Nope. Okay, we'll just do it. Thank you, though. We got it? Yeah. Okay. As they said, my name is Nicola Fry, and I have the privilege of being the chair of the Senior Advisory Committee. I'm joined today by Don Foreman, who is hiding over in the corner over here. Don and I are the members of the Senior Advisory Committee's ad hoc committee with a goal to create a proposal for what we were calling at the time a senior playground at Lucchese Park. We began with a third member, Elizabeth Savage, but she had to move away from Petaluma, so we're down to the two of us. Thank you for allowing us to do this presentation and to answer any questions you may have regarding this proposal. This presentation will be about the possibility of 2 or more outdoor exercise facilities and wellness projects in the works from the Senior Advisory Committee. This presentation will cover the various aspects of the proposal, and I'm not going to read them to you. The Senior Advisory Committee developed a set of strategy goals with 6 goals we plan to address this year and next. 2 of these goals, as detailed on this slide, illustrate our desire to address the physical needs of seniors and active adults. Petaluma has 47 recreational park facilities. Approximately 40 of them have facilities that address the physical needs of children and adults, including the newly proposed skateboard park and the Teen Kenilworth facility, which we love both. While we agree that some of these facilities can be utilized by seniors, other than the actual senior center, none are specifically designed for our aging needs. So you might be asking yourself, would an outdoor exercise facility get used by the many different members of our community? Would increase activity for all generations? These and many other questions were what we asked ourselves when we first looked at the possibility of proposing this facility. One documented study we read found significantly higher odds of engaging in greater levels of physical activity happened in areas with exercise equipment compared with other target areas usually found in parks. This influence was found whether the equipment was placed in a specific area, such as in this illustration, or spread out through the park along a path. After studying various reports, we concluded it would be worth our time to invest in going forward with our proposal. Strength, stamina, and balance are some of the benefits of an outdoor exercise area that is accessible to everyone in the community. While the initial idea we had was for a senior exercise area, we now realize that these proposed areas could and would be a wonderful facility for all. We envision grandparents taking their grandkids to the children's playground and discovering that nearby is an area they could easily utilize to get their own exercise, thus perhaps forming a unique bond between the generations as each encouraged the others to get out there and exercise. One of the things we did was to visit many nearby areas where the exercise equipment we liked was already installed. This is Dawn's wife utilizing a leg press machine. The ability to get active and spending time outdoors in parks and green spaces can improve mood, mental clarity, and feelings of well-being. Regular use of outdoor activity facilities contributes to the mental well-being of older adults and fosters social interactions. Everyone who spends time outdoors on fitness equipment finds themselves connected with like-minded individuals through community-led programs that foster social interaction and combat all those familiar feelings of isolation and loneliness. Communities are stronger when we know our neighbors. An outdoor exercise area can provide a space for positive social interaction and connection. One of the core objectives of the proposed exercise areas is to foster social connections among older adults. Installing age-friendly outdoor exercise equipment will allow everyone, including seniors, to engage in physical activity while connecting with others in their community. Having easy access to a local fitness area, along with the ability to be involved in outdoor physical exercise activity designed specifically for older adults, has the potential to not only increase our physical well-being, to help our mental enjoyment of life. Even though these 2 slides came from a health organization in the UK, they both illustrate the concepts that we want to make about the benefits of exercise for the physical and mental health of all. The proposed location at Lucchese Park is across from the senior center and near the children's playground. One of our thoughts is that not only would it be used by those who visit the senior center, but mothers, fathers, grandparents, or teachers who bring children to the playground. In addition, there are several locations within the senior center or near the senior center that would also work, but our job is to dream big and allow for many possibilities. The location of the proposed exercise area behind the proposed Spirit Living housing on Lot 5 would be around the current tot lot. This location would allow residents of the two proposed senior housing buildings, along with the residents of the single-family homes and the proposed condominiums, to utilize the exercise facility. In addition, with the newly proposed bridge across the river, residents from the south end of Petaluma Boulevard could easily utilize this proposed outdoor exercise area. Click one more time. I think you need 2 clicks. Yeah, there we go.
One of the things that we stress is good heart health. Part of it is a good exercise routine. And my patients always say, well, we don't have a place to go, or we're not a member of a gym, and I send them here. In the short time that this facility has been here, it's tremendously helped people.
Video was provided by Greenfields. We've been in contact with them because of the quality and the variety of their equipment. They have over 150 different pieces of equipment. In addition to the video, the Greenfields website and conversations, Don and his wife and Elizabeth and her friend have had the opportunity to visit several of the already constructed outdoor exercise facilities locally that included some of the specific equipment you see here. The package of equipment that we like includes 12 pieces of equipment and provides exercise opportunities for 24 users at one time, including 3 users in wheelchairs. Multi-user units such as the 4-person leg press or the 2-person ski encourage interaction, resulting in longer exercise sessions and greater health benefits. The entire package can be installed within a 47 by 47 foot square, but of course the equipment can be placed on any area of any size or shape. Installation can be placed on concrete, asphalt, soft rubber surfaces, or decomposed granite. Clearing your mind and honing your attention by walking around a park for 15 minutes can especially benefit all aspects of life. Research suggests moving your workout outside and adding a short walk can be a simple way to magnify its benefits, not only for thinking, but also for health, happiness, fitness, and motivation. Additionally, an area for resting and socialization adds a further benefit to a senior playground. The package of equipment that we looked at closest is best illustrated in this slide. As you can see, it includes a variety of equipment to address the exercise needs of many. In fact, all this equipment is rated to be used by anyone over the age of 5. So you are probably wondering about the equipment costs. We're not really qualified to address that. The total budget is there as many unknowns at this time. We can let you know what equipment budget would be very practical and that there are multiple ways to cover the costs. Although we have concentrated on equipment from one company, there are others we can look at and would seriously consider spending additional time to do a more in-depth look at comparisons. Specific site amenities such as shade overheads and benches can facilitate greater utilization of the outdoor exercise equipment, especially in warmer or rainier weather. The natural environment in which an area of fitness equipment is located can provide a calming atmosphere, light exercise, and promote relaxation and stress reduction. And thus, additionally, the therapeutic qualities of nature itself cannot be overstated. Nature experiences have been found to reduce anxiety, fight depression, promote relaxation, and improve overall mental health benefits. If the eventual decision is made to go forward with Greenfields, they have a new outdoor fitness app, which allows users of the proposed facilities to set up individual programs and track their use of the equipment and their own goals. The app is available in both Android and iOS users. Funding for this type of outdoor fitness facility can come from a variety of sources: grants, private donations, crowdfunding, corporate sponsorships, or public-private partnerships. Some preliminary contacts have been made with several local and national organizations, but there is much to accomplish to make this a reality. The Senior Advisory Committee hopes to include funding from various sources with the idea that perhaps placing an outdoor fitness facility in multiple parks or open spaces in Petaluma. Only a short time was spent to create a wishful thinking implementation timeline. As each of you knows, projects like this take time and commitment from many, and the timing for acquiring funds, materials, as well as actual construction is difficult to predict. Outdoor activities are an excellent medium for socialization. Group fun activities like outdoor-led classes, along with walking activities, can offer seniors a chance to engage with their peers, meet new friends, enhance their sense of community and belonging. By participating in new activities and socially engaging with others, older adults can experience a reduced risk of dementia and Alzheimer's disease. Social interaction is crucial in combating loneliness and isolation that can often plague seniors, leading to an improved understanding of self and emotional health.
Oh, that's weird.
There's Dawn's wife again. She nicely got our model. As we are presenting to you this evening, a critical component of these outdoor exercise projects would be securing community engagement. By utilizing the city platforms, social media platforms, as well as hosting community gatherings, it is our hope that this will allow residents to learn the details of the idea for outdoor exercise facilities in our parks. By encouraging input from the residents of Petaluma, we hope to make this a unique Petaluma project. In conclusion, the Senior Advisory Committee looks forward to making these visions a reality and welcome comments, thoughts, and those all-important questions. Don and I and the other members of the Senior Advisory Committee and the Recreation and Parks Department thank you for your time and hope that you are as enthused and excited about the area of creating and supporting outdoor physical exercise areas in Petaluma as we are. For one last picture, this just appeared on my Facebook page the other day. Here is one more look at what a recently dedicated outdoor exercise facility created with Greenfields equipment in a park back east looks like. This facility uses only 9 pieces of equipment, but they went all out in the setting. Thank you. Questions? Comments?
Thank you. We will start with some clarifying questions before we go to public comment. Any clarifying questions? No? Councilperson now. I almost called you Karen. I'm like, wait a minute.
It's okay. Thank you. That was wonderful. I actually saw one in San Francisco. We were walking to Golden Gate Park, and there's one right in the middle of a park. I don't know what park, but people were using it early Saturday morning. My question is, we can't fundraise or ask for money until we know how much. So does Drew have those numbers?
That's a Mr. Drew question, and we have not actually done a lot about that yet. It was mostly to get the idea together, what we wanted to do, and that's really the next step because we know about the fundraising requires more concrete information about the cost of things.
Okay. We did, I think it was last year, we received the grant for the chessboards from AARP.
AARP has put one of these in every state. That was their initial project, and they are opening up the funding to do additional ones fully sponsored by AARP in the next 3 months. They're opening up their grant process.
Do we know where it's going to be, or can we put our name in the grant process?
We can get into the grant process. We just need to write it up as a grant and asking them for funds. We've gotten a couple of other projects. I know that the chessboards were through AARP. So because we have already a connection with them, we might have a really good shot at it.
That would be awesome. That would be really great. And we also have a lot of senior nonprofit.
Yes.
The Council on Aging, some other, we have a lot of fundraising because
Healthy Petaluma. I mean, there's a lot of, Kaiser has recently opened up some granting processes for things that have to do with health and well-being. They just funded a project in Santa Rosa. So yeah, I think that we have the potential to get the funds that we need.
So do we send this on to council? Does she need to do this presentation? I'm asking Drew.
Yes.
I think we're here tonight to hear the concept, the initiative, and I think it's within the purview here of the Parks and Recreation Commission to provide feedback both on support for the concept, but also location is very important. So the process used to determine which of the parks, what makes the most sense, that's really, I think, the critical step here, even before cost. Site constraints are probably the biggest driver on costs. So before you can get there, you really need to get support for a location. So using a project like the example at the Miracle League, where you had a grassroots effort, fundraising really didn't occur until a commitment was on a location. And then that really kind of set in motion support, funding sources, timing, priorities, all of that.
So how is this site location at Lucchese near our new skateboard park? You only showed part of the, so I don't know where the Boys and Girls Club and that area that.
Right behind the senior center. So if you go to the original playground, you can see the senior center, you know, where you come
Yeah,
to the park.
yeah.
The senior center's on the left. This would be
The skate park would be on the right. So is there enough room? I don't know.
We think so. We want it to be more, do you know where the parking lot is behind the senior center, that parking lot area? Because entering there from there is a straight shot for wheelchair. If we go further towards the children's playground, it's more hilly and more difficult. There's more construction costs. If we go into an area that's flat, it's less construction costs. So that's what that was what we would be looking at next, is where would it actually go? We do know that the location that's over by the Spirit Housing off of Caulfield is flat. It's by already existing tot lot, but that building's not going to be built for another 3 years. So there's no reason to actually think about doing that one right away.
Is there any in lieu fees for the senior housing for a park?
Pardon?
I'm asking about in lieu fees for park.
I don't have,
development.
yeah, I mean, there are in lieu fees required of developments. I don't have those numbers, and typically those are put into a pot, which is reallocated by city council as part of the budget every year. And so the graphic that you have up here, I think, is what Nicola referenced is a kind of a rough estimate. The skate park, what you would see here is the area between the tennis court, pickleball area, and then, yes, exactly, right there, if you can see the cursor. I think it's important when we schedule park tours, which we typically do spring, summer, might be worth a walk with the commission in these areas, because the topography, I think, is a real, it can be an advantage, but I think it's the feeling I get from Nicola, having talked about this project, it's the proximity to the senior center that's really important. So when you walk and look at the topography, it might not be an area that's 25, 40, but it could be a different groupings of fitness equipment. There's, I think, a lot of creative solutions within there. but it is a lot of park, but I think it's important to be close to the folks that we're serving.
Yeah, if you go where that large tree is, looks like a large tree on just between the senior center and the grass area of the park. If we actually moved it further south, I guess, or south down from that large tree, that's a flat area in there, fairly flat, and there's also a picnic table in that area. And there's a path. So it'd be nice if it was connected to a path. Aya, who the manager of the senior center, and I have talked about utilizing it as a project and a class for the seniors to actually learn how to use the equipment, feel comfortable by themselves, but also go out together as a group.
That's all I have.
Any other clarifying? Okay. Any other clarifying? Oh, am I seeing? Oh, sorry about that, Commissioner Chisholm.
So guys, I just feel like I'm still a little unclear on the timeline and the next steps, because it sounds like there are some grant opportunities coming up that we should capitalize on. So how do we move this forward with choosing the actual location, and can the grant be secured before the location is chosen? I'm just trying to figure out how we get this going as quickly as possible, because this is great. And what are the next actual steps? What do we have to do as well to help?
Yeah, I think tonight's discussion is really to gather support and feedback on the project. So I think the next step is support for the concept and for the locations. So I think that's where it really starts. Again, as an advisory body, there's budget, there's priorities for projects that are in the works. One you'll hear from in a little bit later. But I think the first step is where we are here tonight, gathering support from the commission for, one, the concept, two, the location, and if there's questions that you have for either staff or the senior advisory committee, things about the projects that we want us to look through, staff's already committed to working with Nicola and the senior advisory committee on helping to map out those kind of next step processes.
Any other clarifying questions before I? Okay, I have, so in most of the, and this might be a question that's too technical, but in most of the pieces there, a lot of them are cardio-based, which is great. And then some of them are strength-based.
Correct.
And it seemed from me by looking at them, some things are offset by body weight, but are, say, for example, the leg machines, is there actually a way to apply to get more force on the body? Does that make sense, my question? So if you have the leg machine, right, is it just a pedal that's going back and forth? Or a person might be on a sled almost like pushing back and forth. Is there a resistance profile or like a resistance that's there? Or is that just the person moving their body weight forward and backward on a sled?
These are all built as single area uses. There's no added weights. You don't add weights to them, because that becomes then a problem having those
right. That's what I was asking.
So it is a body weight kind of movement, but they are for strength. They're for flexibility, cardio, balance. Those are all the areas that are accessible. One of the videos that they showed us from Greenfields was actually an Olympic athlete who takes place in the she's a double amputee and does things, and she works out in this because, first of all, they don't get funds like regular Olympic athletes get. Yes. Mm-hmm. And so it's free, it's cheap, and she gets all the equipment that she wants there. But yeah, it is a single source where your body weight is what creates the movement.
Okay, great. I thought that might be a pain to manage and a safety concern. Okay, that's great. And then I think I have maybe I'll do this question and then I have a question for all the commissioners. So we're in the conundrum of, we need numbers, but we don't have numbers because we don't have a plan from over here. Have you identified corporations that are really interested in trying to fund this? So for example, Miracle League was done by a set or both set of the Gelati brothers, right? Right. So like, are there contacts that have been made with these large companies that might have $100,000 where they're going to go in and they're going to, rip up the ground, they're going to grade it, prep it, and that is maybe their donation, and then the city buys the equipment. Are there any of those contacts being made, or even maybe would Gelati come out and assess it for free? That's their donation to help, almost like how, it goes back to what Commissioner Chisholm said, like, how do we get the ball rolling? Are there any of those connections that have been made?
We've started to make some of those connections. Primarily the connections have been made with public service groups in Petaluma, the nonprofits and other groups like the Lions Club and things like that. We've been talking to some of those. And then we did a web search on what would be available in larger community than just our community, national kind of organizations. And there are some that do very much sponsor something like this, like Kaiser is very interested. They actually put a Greenfields in 2 of their community health buildings now, where it's like if you went to the Kaiser here, that big long sidewalk that's in front, they actually put all of the equipment down the sidewalk in several of their facilities, because it allows people to like, oh, I could just come here to exercise, or, oh, I could do this in the half an hour I have between my doctor's appointment and finally my medication comes out of the
waiting
pharmacy.
for the pharmacy, right?
So the places that they have put it in, they found that it's very successful. So Kaiser is very much looking for how do we put it in other places. Okay. So that's definitely someplace where we are attempting to make good connections to.
Okay. Then I think the question that I have for the commissioners, based on the locations given, I personally think that the senior center makes the most sense, the most bang for the buck. We know people are going to be there. It's already hopping and active. The next location that you suggested being, right by senior housing makes sense. I can't off the top of my head think of any other places, but if we could kind of knock that off of the to-do and decision list, that would be great. Does anyone want to chime in? Like, do you approve these locations? Maybe we can go. Oh, I guess. I'm sorry. You're right. Thank you, Megan. What would I do without you? Sorry. I was thinking it's a clarifying question, but it's really not, because it's part of a discussion. So thank you. We'll go to.
We have looked at the fairgrounds as another location.
Yeah, we'll get to that in the discussion, because she's correct.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you guys had taken a look at the Marina Fitness Court in San Francisco. That was originally put in as a temporary installation, I think about 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. And
we know how those temporaries happen.
That one doesn't have a lot of moving equipment, but it is all resistance based. So there's just various fixed types of equipment that people can use with their body weight, and maybe there could be like some combination of different types of equipment. And so I would encourage you to take a look at that.
Thank you. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why we like Garfield's, is because they have 150 different types of things, from pull-up bars to the back roller where you can roll your back on it. It doesn't use anything but this piece of equipment that you sit down next to and lean backwards against. So there's a lot of different kinds of equipment. And yeah, we just picked a package that they had already set out by 12 pieces of equipment, but that doesn't mean that we're stuck on those 12 pieces of equipment.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Another clarifying question?
As you can tell, I don't exercise, but the community has been asking for something called a park course. Is this what you call a park course?
A park course, yeah.
No, so it's different. What's the difference?
The park course was originally, one of the first ones was installed in San Francisco, and it's basically exercise stations that are just distributed throughout an area. There's one that goes around Lake Merced, and so you walk along, and every so often you come on this exercise station where you can do a specific kind of stretch or some type of a exercise activity. Then you walk along, and then you come to another one, and you can do something different.
Oh, okay. Because the community has asked for a park course, so I know people are looking for something. but I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, this kind of equipment can be placed in a central location, or it can be along a pathway. I've seen one of them that I went to visit is I saw people running, and then they would stop and do it, or they would skip 3 or 4, hit the 4th one, but every time they went around, they hit a different one, so that they hit them all as they were going around a course, a running track. So that kind of was an interesting idea too. It doesn't mean we have to put all of the equipment in one location. There are some paths right there at that location near the senior center. We could put a couple of different equipments around. Yeah.
Any other clarifying questions? Okay, great. We're going to go to general public comment.
Hey, Chair, I also wanted to note there was a public comment posted to the agenda for this item as well.
Yes, there was. Thank you for catching that. I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Okay, Chris, you are our only public comment for this. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Rebelo. I'm one of the champions for age-friendly Petaluma. I'm also on the GPAC, the General Plan Advisory Committee. I cannot tell you how much I am in favor of this project. It is ideal. The fact that Petaluma is committed to becoming an age-friendly city, we are just wrapping up our age-friendly action plan. I'm sure that would help any grant application. It would be part of the city's commitment, so the heft of the city would be behind it. Also, the general plan, part of it is going to be involved in equity and diversity. And we need to do things for older adults. Age friendly is for all ages, but this one, focuses a lot on older adults. Putting it Lucchese also would make it easy for people who live in our disadvantaged neighborhoods to use this equipment. That would be a really great way to chip away at that issue. My day job, I work at the Buck Institute for Research on Aging. If you want a long lecture on the benefits of exercise, I can give it to you. Karen, now it's never too late to start. Really, seriously, it is never too late to start exercising, and everything that Nicola said about the benefits of it, 100-fold. It's exercises. The scientists that I work with, if they could put exercise in a pill, it would be a blockbuster and it would take care of so many health problems. Finally, if you want to check one of these places out, up in Cotati, right a few blocks behind Oliver's, there is Cotati Park with a K. They have a beautiful, beautiful area for adult equipment. So if you're going up to Oliver's or going up to Cotati, just drive a couple blocks, take a look at it. It's gorgeous. Age Friendly is behind this. Whatever we can do to move this along or support it, we are all in. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. I second the exercise thing, but I'm biased.
In addition to the park in Cotati, there's also one in Novato, and there are several in Santa Rosa, so that they're equally available. There's also one in, Napa, there's a couple. So they are available to go and see and try. Donna tried all of the equipment for us, which was kind of nice. I have a whole series of pictures of Donna exercising. And one of the things that I didn't mention in when I was talking is that I am disabled. And one of the things is that I can't use regular fitness centers but I could use most of the equipment that we have looked at. And so for me and for other people in town who can't use regular fitness centers, this would be a real boon.
Great. Let's go to discussion on this. Would anyone like to kick it off? Commissioner Greenspan? Sure.
Why not? Thank you so much, Nicola, for bringing this to our commission. It's really exciting. And we spend so much time on this advisory body thinking about youth and teenagers and, all of the recreation things that we can do to make their lives better. So it's just really nice to be able to have a project in front of us that is specifically for older adults. Not that it's going to exclude anyone, but I just think it's so important for everyone to, be able to have this playground experience. And it looks really fun. And I really appreciate your presentation. And I just have this very beautiful image in my mind of if this project goes forward with, older adults, people with disabilities, like you said, I love the Lucchese location because it's already such an active area, and, grandparents with their kids at the playground, coming from the farmer's market, it just seems like a win, 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 win. So I really can't think of anything, especially if we have support from other, it sounds like nonprofits, organizations. Hopefully, the city can fully back you. So I just wanted to echo some of the questions that we had about funding sources and just really making those connections with private sector and corporations. And I just feel like there are a lot of community companies that are able to put money back into the community, and this would be a really great high profile way to do it. So I feel like you would definitely have interest, and I think that's a great place to really get started. And it sounds like the grant writing, there's resources for that too. So I'm excited to see this move forward, and I really hope that we can support your efforts. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Simmons?
Yeah, I agree. Lucchese makes the most sense with the senior center being there and just the activity throughout the day that is held there. I think it's an awesome idea. I live by McNear, and there's a group that works out every morning of, elderly women, and it's always a joy to just see them there every morning, like doing their little exercises, and and hopefully we could spread machines around the park after we install the first one and see how successful it is and spread it through town. And so I fully support your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing this up. This is such a passion of mine, especially working out outside. I think that there's something so different about being outside while working out in groups and whatnot. I appreciate that you changed it away from senior playground to age friendly, because when I look at parks, when I look at playgrounds, when I look at all the funding decision making that we're making up here, I look at it through a lens of age friendly. I look at it as what's good for 8 is good for 80, right? And so thinking of it that way, I really appreciate you looking at that. I agree. I like that it's near the senior center. I also was super excited when Cindy first came on. I think we were talking about, or maybe it was when Marianne first came on, we were talking about the marina. And, I spent some time down there looking at that one because it was so exciting. And I vaguely remember we talked about, for some reason, Prince being a better fit for something like that, but I can't remember. So if that sparks your memory at all, it doesn't look like it does for Cindy. So maybe I'm wrong. But this is why we need a Parks Master Plan, because it's really, really, really difficult to make individual decisions like this, and to not have the background of all the different parks, all the different areas that this could be, and thinking, yeah, Lucchese sounds great, but so for the skate park and for Miracle League and for baseball and for this and for that. Although I will say having it next to the senior center is a really good idea, but it still would be, it's my little plug there for the Park Master Plan. I personally feel like aesthetics wise, and also just for multiple people using it, it would be better if it was spread out than in one little location. When my kids were toddlers, I frequently went to those parks that you mentioned so that I could work out while they were playing. And let me tell you, you don't want them next to you in that small area while you're working out. I think it would look better. And I also think that encourages people more, although it does defeat the purpose of the socialization aspect. So I understand that too. I think this is an equity issue. Gyms are really, really expensive, and the benefits of being able to work out on your health is huge. And so for the city to fund something, I I understand that we need to look for funding. I personally feel like the city should have funded this a really, really long time ago, that we need outside exercise equipment in our parks and available to people of all income levels. I also will go back to the marina one because I think I would guess, and maybe Marianne can comment on this, but I would guess that the maintenance is easier on something like that. And so I do worry about maintenance. Just as like a comparison, I know it's not the same thing, but I know how much those darn mallets cost for the drums at Miracle League, you know, and I imagine every time a piece of equipment would break on that would be expensive. So I encourage us to look through that lens as well, just the long-term maintenance on it. But I think that this should be a huge priority for the city to have outside exercise equipment in different parks in different neighborhoods. Just again, going back to equity as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Berticelli?
I think this is a fantastic idea. It's something that we looked at in San Francisco. I worked for 26 years for San Francisco Recreation Parks, and in particular, we were getting ready to do a playground renovation at a very densely urban park in San Francisco in Chinatown. Willy Woo Woo Wong Playground is a basketball player. And frequently, I would see the kids there playing on the play equipment. There was a Tiny Tots area and a regular play area for older kids. And the grandparents would be there with the kids, and they would just be like standing around the edges of the thing or just walking around or doing some Tai Chi or whatever. And that was where we first really came up with the idea of why don't we have some exercise equipment there for the seniors that are there with the kids so that everybody can be getting exercise and being active. And I would like to see this idea applied everywhere that we can. Every time we do a playground renovation, we should be looking at adding a couple of these pieces of equipment to the playground. It's in some capacity, either around the edges or somewhere in conjunction with the playground. I think it's critically important as someone who's quickly becoming older myself and disabled. The idea of people who don't have the funds for a gym or who cannot access the type of equipment that they have at a gym, to have this, it would be a godsend for people. And so I'm very, very much in favor of it. I think Kaiser would be the number one target for this kind of thing. And in terms of the maintenance costs, I think that should be part of the program before you even build it, to create a maintenance fund so that the money is available, so that there doesn't have to be a big delay if there's a piece of equipment that gets broken. The funding is there to repair it quickly, keep things working. That's all I have.
Great, thank you. Councilwoman Now?
Thank you. I do have to confess, I'm one of those people that January 1st, oh yeah, I'm joining the gym. And then by like March, it's like, oh, I don't have time. And you still end up paying the dues. Anyway, the public comment writer mentioned the Blue Zone. Sunday was our kickoff for our Blue Zone. It was like an Earth Day. They had like a little mini pickleball game going on and some bicycle, lots of different exercising. And so I would actually, you should talk to the Healthy Petaluma, formerly known as the Petaluma Healthcare District. Mm-hmm. They have kind of a chunk of change from selling the hospital.
Yes.
And Providence also, not just Kaiser. Mm-hmm. That, being proactive for health, I think that's Thrive is Kaiser's motto. But as a council member, I'm totally for this. And I do get in my 10,000 steps a day. Just that confession. Thanks.
We're not judging. It's okay. Commissioner Chisholm.
Thank you. Yes, this is very exciting. One thing I really do like, how this would bring people together of all ages. I think that would be helpful not only physically, but mentally, spiritually as well. Not just a place only for older people. That doesn't help anything when no one mixes. I'd love to see some kind of a creativity component to this as well. At the very least, public arts, or at the best, something that gets people to exercise their creativity as well as their bodies. Something interactive would be great. And I agree with the layout. I know the layout in these pictures under the tent makes everything very feasible, but it also makes you feel kind of inorganic and fenced in and not interacting with surroundings. And I know also, on top of just what the equipment is that you're using, I spoke a few years ago with someone on your committee about age-appropriate parks, and they were telling me there's all sorts of age-appropriate infrastructure, including the height of benches, the shape of benches, water fountains, the type of paths. So I think so much more has to go into it than just the equipment, because you need some place to sit down that you can comfortably sit down, etc. I would really like to, for location, I think the biggest thing is the ADA access. I know just, from something we did recently at the River Park, that if you give someone who's disabled or in a wheelchair the ability to access an outdoor location and exercise, they will absolutely use it. So wherever it goes, I think that is the most important. I really like that you can be in a wheelchair and use some of those pieces of equipment. So I'd really like for us to continue to be updated on this frequently, so we know how we can help at any moment. And I don't know if it's possible, but to start looking at grants now, you could even get grants, I'm sure, for the planning process to fund even just the site plan. So the quicker that you can capitalize and get some funding, I think the better. This is great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. My comments, location, I already covered that. I do think that incorporating this into future playground updates is a great idea. We have a fund for that we're trying to replace them. And again, maybe it's not, 8 pieces of equipment, maybe it's 2. I actually think that maybe going with a half and half situation here might be good, because Petaluma gets hot. So the shade aspect would be nice, to have some pieces. So maybe when it's designed, part of it is under, maybe the actual plot can be smaller. Maybe there's a piece of ground that's not as much grading, but you can get the shade structure going. But then along the paths have some different items that make people be able to walk. And maybe all of the ADA specific for wheelchair items are put under, the shade structure that also is accessible to the parking. So maybe we could think about it that way. I do think that making sure that we have some other pieces of equipment incorporated that are for the general public and are for more strength. For example, a single 1 foot high step apparatus that has a handle so that a person can practice step ups. As a person who works in rehab, is one of the most important things that people can control their body weight up and down. And that's a pretty low cost item, but kind of like mixing those two things. Yeah. I had a lot of notes here. Then I was going to say, this does actually count as a playground. It is a playground. So I think that, looking at it again from that lens, I'm not saying that we have all of this money for new playgrounds, but I'm just kind of trying to change the perspective piece. Fixed equipment, I covered that. I think that was it. And I do think that pushing the boundaries with the different ages as we move forward with this is great. That's it. Thank you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Drew.
Yeah, sure. And we talk about, kind of the next steps comment. One other thing to add is, with the completion of Anna's Meadow playground this spring, that marked the 6th and final playground on the last playground replacement schedule that was adopted in 2014-2015. So a work plan item for the coming year is involve the commission, the community in the next round of playground replacements, which will involve, we've got 27 playgrounds in within Petaluma, And so we're evaluating those based on the lens and the criteria that we get to help establish. At the top is always safety, but equity, a lot of the mentions that Nicola had is those are criteria that are evolving, but we're looking at that. And so for the coming year, to include these, not just concepts, but this in particular, that is also a next step. It's not the only next step, but it's one that's notable. I wanted to make sure we knew that.
Great. I look forward to hearing about that. I'm guessing that's going to come after budget talks. Would that be its own item?
Yeah, it did get a mention in the goals and priorities item on Monday, but yes, it ended with the completion of Anna's Meadows, and it would be a workplace item starting July. We have a program in place, the playground replacement program. So what's next? So that's the upcoming year, fiscal year.
Right. Yeah. And so yes, then it sounds like that would be its own item that would be coming before us we help to identify those items.
Tours, evaluations, all of that. Yep.
Okay, great. I had a point that came to me when you were talking and it fizzled away. If I think of it and it's important, I'll email one of you. Okay, with that, that completes our presentation. Thank you so much for bringing this to us. We're looking forward to hearing about it, and we're all excited. So thank you. The next item is approval of minutes. Does anyone have any changes to the minutes from last month? Would anyone like to make a motion for approval of minutes?
A motion to approve the minutes.
I second.
Great. And with that, the minutes are approved. The next item that we're going to move to, I need to open my computer for because it didn't print. These only print out halfway sometimes. Oh, thanks. I thought it printed and I looked down and it wasn't printed. Okay, this is going to be our public hearings and matters for consideration. This is a joint meeting now where we're going to welcome the Public Art Committee to review, discuss, and recommend that the City Council consider the proposed Kenilworth Park Revitalization Project Concept Master Plan and integrated public art interactive play features for adoption. So Drew's going to talk us through this, and then we're going to invite, are we going to keep committee members there? Are they going to come up here? What's the organization?
Yep, good segue. So at this point, yes, we would like to invite our Public Art Committee members, Chris Smith, Cheryl Coldiron, and Jenny Bellway from the Art Committee to come on up and join us here at the staffing tables. And we are going to kick off this joint meeting on this discussion item. So appreciate that. And we'll give them a couple minutes to get settled. And then I'll be introducing this item. Thank you. Welcome.
And while they're getting settled, if there's any additional public comments for this, that's a great time to send them up.
Okay. Find my spot here.
Thanks.
Okay. So again, welcome back. And before I introduce some of the project design team, to kick this off, there is some presentation slides attached to the agenda. There are some design renderings attached to the agenda, and I wanted to apologize up front for a late edition staff report that was just posted a couple of hours ago. And that was my fault completely for holding that back, but it is there as a reference if you wanted to follow along, and don't expect much of you had much chance to review it. But again, important background there. I'm going to just walk us through really quick for those that haven't got a chance to look at that report, and take us all the way back to the beginning, kind of the origins of this project. I'm going to go way back to November of 2021. At that meeting of the Recreation, Music, and Parks Commission, we were considering investments of the state's Proposition 68 funds. There was 3 parks that we looked at that met the criteria for the state's grant. This commission supported ultimately consolidating the use of those funds in Kenilworth. There was many reasons for that, but primarily its central location, the inequities that the neighboring communities had in access to an active community park, and it did hit some of the state's criteria for disadvantaged communities. So that went to council in December of 2021, where it was approved and authorized for the city manager to have staff submit for that grant. Move forward to the spring of 22, where the grant was awarded. Move over to October 22nd is when really this project started to take shape with a community workshop at Kenilworth Park, where some of the kind of critical design, we'll call them principles, were established, and where should we go in selecting the right design team to work through this project. Move forward, the Public Art Committee in June of 22 simultaneously awarded the art contract to the artist. It was an RFQ process, a competitive process. So members of this committee also identified the opportunities at Kenilworth to really do something different for Petaluma, which is to integrate public art into the kind of key pieces of the park design. We typically come in after the fact of the design to move public art into spaces. So this is very new for Petaluma, one that we're excited to kind of have those two processes essentially merge into one plan. So spring of 23 is really when MIG, who's here tonight, joined the team through a competitive process selection with the criteria that we in the community helped establish from that October of 2022 meeting. Community surveys ensued, a workshop, and a public meeting at the Rec and Park where we were presented the first design iteration for this project. So we're kind of moving fast forward from there. We had one more open house in February, a couple months ago. The public art process was also evolving with the artist Oleg Lubkin. I hope I pronounced his name right. Close. Okay. And then we're here tonight to bring back what we consider a 30% design, but essentially a concept that we feel we're at that point where we're needing some final support from the commission prior to taking this to council as an adopted plan. So we're going to look through, the scope with our project manager here, but focus also on the public art elements and how that integrates into the overall project. So with that, I'm already tired of hearing myself talk, so thank you for hanging in there. Lauren Ivy Thomas is with MIG as our project manager and landscape design consultant. I also want to recognize Bjorn Griepenberg, who's joined us on his birthday, no doubt, as our project manager with Public Works and Utilities. So thanks for being here, Bjorn. 29, feels great, but had to do that. All right, Lauren, take it away. Thank you.
Hi all. I'm Lauren Ivy Thomas. I'm the project manager for this project from the MIG side. I'm a licensed landscape architect and planner. So I dabble in parks and recreation master plans as well as site park design. To initiate this, thank you, Drew, for the introduction. I just wanted to kind of highlight what we've done so far, what the scope of the project has been. We kicked it off in July with a city staff meeting and a bit of a design charrette, which also included our sub-consultants to this project. So we have civil engineers, CSW, as well as lighting designers, OMM, who have contributed to the final design, and they were at that kickoff meeting. We launched a community survey from October through December to 2023. We first met with you at the commission meeting number 1 in November 2023. As Drew said, we had our first open house in February of 2024 on site. And then today is our final commission meeting. And the way that we design the scope is that hopefully we go from this commission meeting to the city council meeting sometime in the summer. Next slide. Awesome. Okay, so just a little bit of background on the site analysis that we did for this project. To understand everything that's physically constraining this site, as well as utilize background information that we knew from the city's previous work on collecting interest in renovating this site. We first started with looking at constraints. The biggest constraints that we noted were traffic along East East Washington and Payran Streets. Those are kind of the heaviest corridors that you have excellently for this project. This site is located right at the heart of Petaluma, but that also creates some interesting traffic conditions where you have a lot moving through. The second main thing that we noticed was the existing topography does create some challenges, as many of you residents probably know and have seen in the flooding of the existing playground. So that low point is a design consideration that we included at the south side. And then also the circulation around Fairgrounds Drive, the way that it's situated currently, it kind of naturally prohibits pedestrians from wanting to cross that Fairgrounds Drive, and that was a major constraint that we identified. Next slide. But in terms of opportunities, it's endless. There's so much good stuff at this site. Like I previously said, it's located in the heart of Petaluma. It's one of your largest community parks. The key thing that was very exciting about this project is it's not a standalone neighborhood park that's nestled in, a neighborhood, a suburban neighborhood designed for local neighbors. It's actually on a site that already has two active recreation opportunities. That's the Petaluma Regional Library as well as the Kenilworth Teen Center. And we wanted to make sure that we were not only activating the playground portion, but building on potential connections to these existing facilities on site. We also saw that there's an existing Class 3 bike route on Payran currently, and that kind of gave us some initiative to develop not only just the park itself, but propose some circulation options that could better tie in pedestrian circulation throughout the city. We know that the fairgrounds is of interest, and this could be an excellent model project of showing how that whole space could be activated for safe pedestrian activation. We also know that the park entries are not ideal. As I mentioned earlier, East Washington and Payran kind of create a natural barrier. So we wanted to highlight entries into the park just beyond that fairgrounds route. And finally, we actually built a lot of our design off of the existing native garden that was designed and maintained by Daily Axe currently. So the design inspiration actually goes a lot from them, and we love that there's an existing community group that's active here, and that kind of community initiative definitely inspired our final design. Next slide. Excellent. So this design that you're looking at is our preliminary concept design, which we produced for the city in September of 2023. This preliminary concept design built on not only our own site analysis, but also the community engagement that the city had already previously conducted in 2022. And we wanted to make sure that this preliminary design was very responsive to what we heard at our kickoff meeting, but also specifically built in, kind of tagged on to the community engagement findings that the city had already conducted. And I just want to list what those key themes were here before I go into this design concept so you can kind of see how those were folded in. So what we collected from that preliminary survey that the city did prior to MIG's involvement was that prioritizing playground renovation here was huge. There was big support for natural areas, strong support for creating creative play spaces, interest in creating activities and community events on site, so having community gathering opportunities beyond your traditional play, enhancing that connection to the existing library, and of course alleviating traffic concerns. So this took us to the design that we created. I'm going to move kind of from the top to the bottom. So at the top, we have our teen patio and event space, which is really building on the Kenilworth Teen Center and kind of trying to create some active programming between the two, but also connecting to the Petaluma Regional Library. In between the Petaluma Regional Library and the event space, you see a multi-use site, which is currently library parking. Since we know that the community is really interested in active gathering, we thought, why don't we turn this into a multi-use space? So this would be something that would still be maintained as parking, but when the city is planning events or has availability, it would be opened up for fun events. So farmers markets, movie nights, kind of multi-use, but also casual events. Going south into the play design, the big theme that we centered our idea on was the Petaluma River. And so that circulation route that goes right below the Kenilworth Center all the way down to Payran is actually, it's not only a physical movement of circulation, but it's also a bioretention facility. As I previously mentioned, that low point on the site right at Payran and Fairgrounds is one of the biggest challenges that you're currently facing. It's pooling. not only meeting design standards for engineering to manage water, we wanted to make it a creative experience. So what we designed is essentially a dry bed with planting that is beautiful to look at, educational, and moves through the whole site. And then within that river, we have our large play area for both age groups, 5 to 12, as well as 2 to 5. We have a sand and water play area, a nature retreat area, which is amenable for certain cognitive capacities. A designer who's not here tonight is Jan Easland, who's actually the director of play at MIG. And she did a fantastic job incorporating all types of play that go into this design, making sure that we are not just doing physical activities, but also providing opportunity for retreat opportunities, and that's what that retreat internally represents. We also have swings closer to the south. Along the edge, we're proposing some berming, some topography berming, about 3 to 4 feet high, mild, but enough to have a visual cue between Payran and the park itself. And then we knew that previously there was interest in maintaining the existing volleyball court. So what we did is we moved it from the center and aligned it to be adjacent to the Petaluma Library so that it's still there and it's still a place for active recreation. Throughout the whole design, it's majority no-mow, very drought-resistant planting. It looks very green in plan, and it will be very green once it's established, but there's going to be lots of mulch too, so don't imagine, wall-to-wall planting. The only area we're proposing mowable turf is in the volleyball meadow, and that's for maintenance reasons along at the turf area. Excellent, next slide. So we used this graphic, that site plan, our initial concept design in the survey. So the way that our project developed is we met with the city, we understood all the community engagement that had previously happened regarding this particular project. We created an initial design, and then we presented that design to the community, seeing how they would respond to it. We included not only the site plan rendering of what we previously just saw, but as well as illustrative images, example images of what these spaces could look like. Key themes that we found from here are the community is very interested in community gathering. It's a high priority. The active and physical play elements. Well, first I want to say everything that we proposed was very well responded to in the survey. So even teasing apart these specific high demand items, I think it says a lot that overall there was really great reception of what was proposed. Active recreation is definitely of an interest. People really enjoyed the natural play space. Shade is a huge priority, and there's certainly an occupation or preoccupation with safety on the site. Next slide. So knowing that gathering elements would be proposed here, we asked community members who participated in this survey, what are the types of community gathering spaces you want to see? So the top 3 here are farmers markets, movie nights, food trucks. Next slide. We also asked what type of play elements they were most excited to see. Climbers and slides were the top most exciting play elements, but you can see everything else here is also very well received. What this showed us for the climbers and slides in particular is that physical active play side that was really excited individuals about this. Next slide. We knew that we would propose a volleyball court, but Drew and our team had talked about the potential of expanding the design to go beyond just that parcel and consider future options for that parcel of land across the street. And so we did want to include, and this is for like future project growth, we did want to include an opportunity for community members to weigh in on if they would be interested in seeing things like a multi-use sport court, tennis courts, pickleball, basketball, and you can see pickleball and multi-use court and basketball were well received here. Next slide. In terms of connecting to nature, shade. Shade was a really big priority. We know that Petaluma is hot, and we also know that providing a vegetative shade experience is really ideal and desirable for this community. Next slide. And then finally, in the open-ended portion of this survey, we had an open-ended section that was just saying, what else do you want to see? Is there anything else that you want to contribute to this survey? And what we saw was there's a large preoccupation with safety. There's definitely some established perceptions of safety at this park, but not only just the established perceptions, but also a concern with maintaining this park safely into the future. So that included topics of maintenance, making sure that things from playgrounds to vegetation are maintained safely and sustainably, and to just create a park that is protected and loved and also maintainable. Next slide. It's okay. So on February 3rd, we did our first in-person event with the community. It was our MIG team. That's Jan actually right there in the second to top slide, top picture, second to left. And we presented that initial schematic design that was also shown to the public for the survey process. What was most important about this community event is we had Oleg Boykin with us, and he presented scaled models of his art pieces. And it was just so fantastic to see community members interact with these scaled pieces. And we also did prioritization activities to kind of get a sense of what artistic components could be are most desirable placing in the site. Can you go back to, I think it's slide 4. Thank you. Yes, that one. I completely talked about the beautiful site plan because I'm a landscape architect, but I do want to briefly talk about where the art is proposed. So just south of the Kenilworth Teen Center, you can see we have a cluster of proposed art, and then at the corner of Payran and Fairgrounds is where we initially also proposed these sculptural arts. And what these art pieces are customized sculptural play elements. We worked and you can keep going to where we just left off. We worked very closely with Oleg as an artist to make sure that he understood the very specific play parameters that, like ASTM standards that are required. And so the pieces that he provided, it was really awesome to work with him, honestly. They are all within the same, they're all designed within the same constraints as any other type of standardized play equipment. So we worked with him very closely, things from how small pinch holes can be to what type of accessible features should be included in the designs, maximum heights, the space you need around them. Those were all folded into his design process. And at this community event in February, we were able to present all those many pieces to kind of see what looks most attractive. Key things that we heard at this community event was, again, that desire for shade. Folks seem to really like the shade that we proposed, especially the natural shade. There's definitely a preference for natural shade over things like a manufactured play structure. Folks were very excited to see more actual trees in the park, which was the next item. And then finally, just enhancing those pedestrian connections into the park. Next slide. Okay, so this takes us to our vision for the master plan. And so how we've designed the project is we provided that preliminary concept design, and what I'm presenting to you tonight is our final concept design. And part of that final concept design is the vision, which is essentially the mission statement for this park. We hope that as the park moves forward, that these design elements that we're proposing here are kept with that. So we just felt it was really important to state that mission. I won't read this whole thing, but essentially this park is really inspired by Petaluma itself. It's inspired by the native environment of Petaluma, the Petaluma River, the unique and quirky history of the city. And we envision a very natural space that's warm, wood elements, very sustainable, leaning towards a natural play environment rather than one that feels very built. And I just keep thinking cubes. I don't know why I keep thinking cubes, but there's no cubes in this design. Next slide. And so that mission statement, that narrative, that vision is detailed into these very specific program components of play, gathering, connecting to nature, having the interactive art, which is a representative of an excellent collaboration between the Parks Commission and the Arts Commission here, providing excellent circulation and active recreation. I won't read these definitions here, but I will go through the slides. Next slide. So these images here are example only. They don't represent the specific products that will be selected, but they are critical in inspiring the community into what could be achieved here. So when we were showing them what play could look like and when we were designing what play could look like, these are the elements that inspired us and that the community was able to see. So we have swings, but they're natural, fun timber swings. We have nature retreats, a large climber, sand and water play, resilient matting with topography, In gathering, we are showing the permeable paving that we're proposing here, the gathering spaces for teens and patios, mobile furnitures, as well as planted furnitures, seat walls. Next slide. In connecting to nature, that top left image is that dry bed that I mentioned. That's the river that kind of circulates throughout the whole design. And we see that as a play experience as well as a utilitarian experience. To the right is the interactive art proposed by Oleg. At this point, we're hoping to have at least 5 of these large sculptural pieces in the site design. And he kind of created these 2 concepts, one with 5 large sculptural elements and one with 4 sculptural elements and these kind of bean pod seating elements. Next slide. Then we have circulation, which includes our multimodal pedestrian edge around the whole park. We are proposing lighting, path light, pole lights, fencing is proposed along the fairground side for ASTM safety, seating, benches. And then to the right is our sand volleyball, but we do know that there is the potential to, in the future, expand onto other city property to create a multi-use court. Next slide. And that leads us to our final design. So there are changes here, and I think the first one you'll notice is that the resilient matting is no longer blue. We heard from a lot of community members that we were proposing a pool in the middle of Petaluma, which is in fact what we're not proposing. So the first thing that we changed after our community engagement was to show that this resilient matting is in fact not water, it's a safety surfacing. Being at a schematic level, and as the city proceeds, there is opportunity to change colors and patterns, of course. Next, along the fairgrounds route, you'll see that we slightly modified the design of that multi-use ped path, and that was to include the existing utility poles that are currently there. And we hadn't shown that inclusion in our first master plan. Also along fairgrounds, what used to be a just kind of vertical connection onto the next site for that pedestrian connection, we changed it into a 90-degree, and that's for safety and for visibility. So that way, as pedestrians are crossing from our site to the next site, fairgrounds, there's just a clean line of vehicular vision. We also were more specific on the locations of art that we're proposing. The first being below the teen center, which would have our largest, I'm talking 12 to 14 feet, sculptural play pieces that are placed on resilient matting. Then also putting 2 smaller pieces in the sand play area and the age 2 to 5 play area, and then 1 at the entrance along Payran. I think that covers. Oh, and then this design now also shows fencing along fairgrounds. And that's due to safety standards of needing a barrier, at least a visual barrier, from playgrounds to vehicular routes. Next slide. And so I previously mentioned that we worked with 2 sub-consultants for this project, civil engineers. They have created a conceptual grading plan as well as a utilities connection plan to show how this would actually work. And what I'm showing you here tonight is the conceptual plan developed from OMM, our lighting consultants, to show where we're proposing lighting throughout the site. So moving just top and around, we're proposing step lighting along the seated terraces at the event space. This could be, it doesn't need to be on 24/7. It could be just on for special events held by the city. Next, we're proposing some trellis lighting that would overhang the teen center, again, for special events or evening lighting. We heard at the last commission meeting that there is interest in providing lighting for the sculptural pieces. So we've included art lighting at the largest art installation, which is the one located adjacent to Kenilworth Teen Center. And then finally, we're proposing pole lights, those pink dots that you're seeing, and those are spaced at the standard for, not a lighting expert, but essentially the number of lumens that need to be thrown for public space safety. And one consideration that we had with OMM was to do bollard lighting, which is, bollard height's about 3 feet, versus pole lighting, which is about 20 feet. And it's a little bit more efficient to go with the pole lighting because they can throw more light and you need less of them. So that's how we got to that. Next slide. And so this is our schematic perspective of the site, our bird's eye showing what this beautiful space could look like. What MIG was scoped for is creating that 30% that Drew talked about. So creating this design through conception. And we see these graphics, this graphic in particular being a graphic that the city could use to promote for grant funding, for any type of fundraising opportunities, and to just generally continue to build momentum on the interest of this project, and really show what it will contribute to the city of Petaluma. That's all I have.
Great, thank you. That was a wonderful presentation. I'd like to have clarifying questions. I'll start over here with, actually, I don't know how to do this. I can go through maybe the clarifying questions through this commission here, and then maybe we'll wrap down and around to cover the art committee. Does that sound okay? All right, great. So I'll start with you. No clarifying questions. Council? No. Okay.
The map shows what is now the library staff parking lot. You're showing food trucks, and you're showing, it looks like pop-up tents. And where is the library staff going to be parking their staff vehicles?
Of course.
If we take it away.
So we're not proposing to permanently take away the staff parking lot, and it will remain a staff parking lot the majority of the time. In this particular illustrative graphic, we wanted to show the full potential of the site and what it could look like on its busiest day, on a farmer's market day. At 2 p.m. on a Tuesday, there will probably be vehicles in that parking lot. So we are maintaining it as a parking lot, but we wanted to show that that is still part of this site, and there's excellent potential to use that hardscape and turn it into community gathering space, since we knew that the community is really interested in it. We had several meetings actually with the library and library staff to discuss this. And we definitely heard the concerns about removing the parking, which is why we're not proposing to permanently remove it. Instead, we're just saying, we're showing that there are opportunities where parking could be kind of closed for certain time periods so that other events can take place.
Well, and you really don't have to close that parking lot, because the fairgrounds is right next to that area, and that's where we do the farmers market. And the council's looking at the next year doing a fairground master plan, and they want to do food trucks and farmers market. So I hate to take away parking from the staff, because there is not a lot of parking. As a grandmother of 7, it is so hard to find a parking place and take children across those streets to get to the park and to the library. It is, you're taking your life into your own hands. There's no crosswalks right now going from the fairgrounds parking over to, and there's never any parking in front of the library. And where there's, they're like diagonal parking, they're always filled. I think that people, I usually get there after school, so every mother and grandmother and grandfather are probably taking their kids to the library, and kids are studying. So I understand. But so I park over in where the airport, or it's got a new name now. But anyway, there is no crosswalk. And it's one way, but people are really in a hurry. And the other area that's always a concern, watching Live Oak parents crossing, they park in those diagonal parking spaces in the morning and then walk across to the fairgrounds where the Live Oak School is. There is no crosswalks. And the traffic, it's 3 different ways. Like coming out of the fairgrounds, you can turn right, you can go straight, you can turn left. And then the people coming in front of the library, they don't always stop. It's a new stop sign. So we need some crosswalks, and we need to think about where they're not all going to ride their bikes to the park. As a grandmother of 7, I am not going to be riding my bike to the park with all these kids. But we'll stop by after school, go to the library, go to the park. So we need a place to park and walk safely. And so those are my biggest concerns. Otherwise, everything else looks great. Thanks.
If I can just jump in there real quick on the question portion of that, which is, it's always not a popular idea when we talk about taking parking, whatever the project is. So, we've had an initial conversation with the library. I want to recognize, I'm going to put her on the spot with Diana Spalding here from the library. But again, this is a 30%, and I think what we're trying to achieve here with Diane and the library folks is, they're coming out of they'll have a renovation project occurring on campus, on their campus alone. They've got a master plan that they're looking to implement, and what is there now feels like a really isolated disconnection between the park, the teen center, and the library. And I think the goals and the challenge for MIG and the design team was, how do you create a synergy within a real kind of community space and allowing an area that allows the library to continue to program through their book sales and pop-up events, et cetera. But again, we're not trying to take parking. We're trying to think differently, reorganize it, and make use of the surrounding areas to say, if there are staff parking, let's talk about that. If there are families or drop-offs, let's talk about that. But you've got to start somewhere, and I think this is what felt right for at least having that conversation. But is it a final pulled out? No. We know there's drop-offs that they have there. They have to service their dumpsters or their reuse cans on that side of the property. So there's some logistics that need to be worked out. But we felt pretty good about what this offers the community and the library, at least in the concept, to have the conversation. So long-winded way of saying back to parking. There you go.
Great. I'm going to go back to Commissioner Chisholm for a clarifying question.
Just to clarify for that, my understanding is everything around that parking lot may be changed to make it more accessible, make it look better, but the parking lot itself isn't being changed, and it's up to the city and the library, et cetera, down the road if they want to do programming there.
Correct.
But the physical parking lot itself within that boundaries is not actually being changed, but it's being enhanced around it.
Correct.
It just shows the picture.
It shows that if the city or the library decides, they could do that stuff in there, but the parking lot itself, they should have just put the overlaid picture of what the parking lot is now in there, because it's not, that won't change.
It's confusing.
I'm going to jump in and clarify. To give an example, maybe it's like at the community center when we have farmers market on Tuesday. The farmers market happens on Tuesday, but most of the time it's a parking lot, right? But I think this design at 30% else to say you can use the space for other things if we want to program it. And there may be times like, maybe in the evening we might have a movie night in this park and we might want to bring a food truck in. And the library's already closed. So it allows us to imagine the space in a different way, but not take away what the use is as it is now.
Yeah, it was just confusing looking at the illustration and knowing parking, and there's not enough ADA parking in that area. So we have to rethink that too.
Commissioner Berticelli.
Yes, I love the fact that the parking area is being turned into a multi-use area and incorporated into the park property as part of the park. The highest and best use of park property is not for a parking lot. This park property is not, it's not something that should be taken for granted, and it should be used for people to recreate. That's the highest use of park property. And so I really love this design. I love the fact that it ties the
Commissioner
teen
Berticelli,
center.
can I interrupt you? We're only on clarifying questions
Oh,
right
okay.
now.
Sorry.
We're going to come back
All
to
right.
comment.
Okay, here's my
but I
question.
thank
Is
you.
there going to be parking allowed on Payran?
Payran, there is.
I'm
not-
sorry, Fairground Drive.
Yes, that's a.
Okay, so you can just drive right up, park right next to the park, and walk right in.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thanks,
There's
Commissioner
parking on
Berticelli.
both sides of Payran proposed. So. Yep, right there. Yes, right there.
I think there's only 4 or 5 parking spaces.
Okay, so clarifying. So it does look like Fairgrounds Drive is going to be rejiggered into that bike ped, which is amazing. And then that makes the traffic then one way. So that would actually then cut off that kind of juxtapose that you're talking about where you have the 3 things coming together, because you'll only be able to make a right turn. So that would cut a left turn. So that helps me clarify that.
So which direction it's going to be coming out?
If you look
you
at,
have to enter from Washington Street?
yes, that's a one way. It
Or
looks,
can you still enter
no.
from the Target Shopping Center through the airport or parking lot?
Yeah, can you see my cursor here?
Okay.
So they took away one lane of traffic, it looks like, right?
Yes.
And made that so that bicycle, pedestrian, that multi-use, and then we have one way of traffic now. Is there going to be parking on that one way?
Yep.
That's what you guys were talking. Okay.
Exactly.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so how many cars?
Looks like
That's a pretty long strip of, that's that whole strip on Fairground. That's at least 10 cars, 12. I mean, that's a long strip. I know, because I parked there when we had the meeting there. And for other
And
items.
where's the bike lane?
To the left there, you see that multi-use.
Oh, that's a bike
Yeah.
and pedestrian
Yeah.
on a sidewalk? Is that a sidewalk there?
Yep. It's
Yeah.
a multi-use.
Bikes off sidewalks.
Well,
it's a multi-use.
I believe that it's only downtown that bicycles cannot be on sidewalks. And so if this is multi-use, that's kind of like how Lynch Creek Trail works. Okay, so that kind of covers that. On that question, I had one other question, and this might be a cart before the horse thing. With the trees, I love the amount of trees. Do you guys have any ideas how long they take to grow to produce shade?
Yes.
You do? Okay. I'm just
15
very
to 20
curious
years.
about that.
About
Yeah.
15 to 20 years.
15 to 20. Okay.
We have, since this is a 30%, we haven't gone into species selection, and
Yeah,
some
okay.
species.
I wondered. Okay.
Yeah, we haven't. So
That's
no.
okay.
Species.
We have a tree committee.
Great. Yes. And so some trees can grow incredibly fast.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
And ideally, we would be putting in like 25-gallon trees, so there would be some sense of tree as like day one. They will be baby trees, but also putting in young trees helps them to establish longer and live longer. And actually, we found that if you put in more established trees, they don't last as long because they've done so well in their original environment. And so if you put in baby trees, and it's like that's their environment, that's where they grow and live really long. But yes, shade. Yes, so shade, there will be some shade initially, but we're talking like a decade to have really big coverage.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kelly.
Cindy was just proud that you knew your tree stuff. So speaking of the age-friendly piece and looking at the play areas, it's just hard to tell where the seating is and benches. Like, are those X's? Are those?
That's a great question. So yeah, where those X's exactly where she has her crows, those are like picnic tables, like 4-person picnic tables. And then actually around most of the inner part of the play area, yes, are actually individual seat benches as well as continuous seat walls. So I'm not sure if.
So I see that near the 5 to 12, but I guess my bigger concern is that the 2 to 5-year-olds need more support. Is there a barrier between, because there's none of those little things? Oh, is that it?
Yeah, that's a seat wall.
Oh, okay.
Yep, that's a seat wall. And then exactly, that entire edge is a seat wall.
Okay.
So that would be, and that is also a seat wall. So pretty much around the whole, exactly, yep.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. That was hard to see. And then Cindy, I'm sure I asked this question when they came the first time around, but I can't remember the answer. How do gophers fit in all this?
Well, we're going to grade the whole site, and so you'll take all the tunnels down that gophers are in to begin with. So once we get everything planted, you want to have a gopher program going so that they don't repopulate into the space. So once you grade the site, the tunnels will be gone, the gophers will be gone for that period, and then we just have to be on it. So we'll have our plan in place to keep the mitigation so that they don't make new homes.
And so is there any difference with the material being used or anything, or it's just that you just have to stay on top of it?
You just have to stay on top of it. Vegetation, they like to eat root systems, so if you plant anything, it's food for them, really, right? So you have to have a program in place. You can try things. You can put, the county's putting these barrier things in, but we have no way to tell what the depth works, and then they're metal. If you have to get to lines, you have to cut through them, then now you've got, so it's just, my recommendation is that you have a gopher abatement program and you stay on top of it. That's really the best way to handle it. You can't let it go. You can't say, this year we're just not going to pay attention, because then you will have an issue that's really hard to abate.
And clearly grass is, I'm looking at like the volleyball meadow. Sorry, I don't know gopher stuff. But will gophers go for the sand area too, or will they just go for the grass area around it?
They'll technically tunnel. They'll tunnel just about anywhere. They adapted to tunnel through the adobe clay soil, which they didn't used to in Petaluma.
Okay.
So they'll tunnel through anywhere, but they're gonna try to get to where they have food source. So they'll tunnel through to get to where their food source is, but you'll see them burrow up maybe through the sand. I haven't seen it. Maybe Commissioner Burchelli has, but we only have one sand court here. I'm trying to think in Regal Park. They have volleyball sand courts, and they didn't have the gopher issue in the volleyball courts. They had it in the turf. Really where their problem they saw it, it's generally always in the turf somewhere.
Okay, so I'm going to fully put you on the spot here of you're comfortable with this design with gophers? Because I know it's been a beast for you.
Because it's at 30%, I can't tell you that. I need to look at the vegetation plan to better understand whether I'm comfortable with it or not. There are certain things that they like more than others. So I think that's something we'd like to look at when we get the planting list, right? And then we'll say, okay, this is maybe, can we swap it out for these reasons? And we do the same thing for fire, for other things. But yeah, without a planting plan, I can't answer that.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot.
I will just add a thing for the landscape architecture component. Putting in new built work like this creates quite a large under system that we're building on top of. So the opportunity to burrow actually becomes quite less. And because it's not just grass anymore. You have your resilient matting, you have your aggregate, you have your drainage. So it's no longer like a tunnel friendly space, because they're going to tunnel and then hit a curb, so they can't move so well through the site. And then at the volleyball meadow underneath itself, it's not just sand on grass. It'll have its own infrastructure as well, and that's for drainage. So I love Cindy's point here. The planting plan will absolutely consider what the maintenance staff and operations think is most viable.
Is that like the volleyball? Like, I'm imagining in my head a pool, like
no.
filled with sand. Like, what does that look like?
Okay, so the detail. This is very, very high level, and I haven't designed many sand courts in my lifespan. But you have your sand. You'll have a type of impermeable strip, a surfacing. Underneath that, you have your aggregate, and then at specific locations, we'll have drainage. So part of the water will go into nature, but another portion of the water will be taken and brought into our stormwater system. But it's definitely not. It's not a bowl. Yeah.
Hello. Are we keeping the barbecues? Are we replacing the barbecues? Because if we're trying to bring community together, people like to barbecue.
I'm gonna look to Lauren to answer that question.
Yes.
I don't know.
So at that picnic area shown with the 3 large picnic tables, that rectangle to the right is a barbecue station that we're proposing. So again, 30%, we haven't detailed fully out what that would include, but it would definitely include the bare amenities of having your barbecue pit and then space. So yes, we are proposing a barbecue area.
Cool. What else? I just feel like if we're like redirecting this traffic, the city needs to fix that light on Payran in Washington. That light going from Payran to get across Washington is literally like 4 cars after school. It's Payran's backed all the way up. It's like, so when you can get into the library through Payran, it makes your life so much easier, because if you're waiting to get onto Washington, especially after school, you're going to be waiting all freaking day. Like, that light is so poorly timed. So if the city's really going to redirect traffic, they have to fix the lighting, which they need to fix all the lighting in this town. But I mean, you're going to be there all day trying, and then you have to circle all the way around to try and find parking again. So city council, fix the lighting. Karen left. Did our budget grow like by like 5 times? Like, what is our budget for this project again?
So this project is the design, is the plan. So we have the goal of bringing a concept that's kind of unconstrained with a vision, and kind of that statement that Lauren said, saying, you know, we were tasked with the job of looking at the whole site, understanding that Kenilworth Park really was an opportunity to look at a whole park holistically. There wasn't one thing that didn't have an issue. And so we're putting everything we can into the design. Next step would be to come up with the costs and have council have that conversation about, when they adopt, we've got to have some rough order of magnitude of costs for this, because it's a decision on all our parks and projects. But if we really feel really strongly about the core concepts of that, that's what we need to lead with. But no, we don't have a budget for construction.
Okay.
But we do feel that this offers some unique opportunities for leveraging grants. But again, costs go up, the longer projects delay. So we're trying to throw everything we can at design.
So we're buying a vision. Because I was like looking at that lighting, I was like, that looks like our whole budget. Like, lighting's very expensive. This is crazy. Okay. Yeah, I think that's all my clarifying questions. Thank you.
On the note on the budget, that is a good clarifying point that taps into that. Is there a fixed budget from the art committee donation? Is that fixed, or is that based upon that? Is that only the sculptures, or does that include any of the art design that might be, you know, do you understand my question?
I think I do, but I feel like Drew would know that answer.
Yeah, I don't want to put anyone on the spot here, but my understanding is there's not a fixed amount, but there was, I mean, obviously Oleg's contract was awarded, so the artist has a contract, but I'm not understanding if there was a fixed amount committed by the Public Art Committee. And if you don't know that answer, that's fine. We can circle back with staff. But anyone from Public Art want to take that?
Yeah, talking to staff is the most appropriate thing at this point. The artist has a contract, and that's being fulfilled from public art funds. And beyond that, it was left in some sort of an amorphous range that would be a collaboration between the Public Art Fund and parks.
And typically, it still goes through an appropriation at council. So it'd be a recommendation to appropriate a portion of the Public Art Committee funds for this project as it gets to council. And typically, those do not include like indirect beautification costs or anything outside of the art and the direct installation of the art.
I think because this was going to be like a whole redo, I think we agreed to a decent amount of chunk to pay for the art, because the whole site was going to be taken over. So we weren't doing like the site installations as well, because this playground was going to be happening and the contractors were going to be there. So it was like kind of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Like, they're already going to be there. They're going to be setting this. Like, we don't have to hire someone to come back and then set this art. So in this vision.
Great. Commissioner Greenspan, any clarifying questions?
Thank you. You mentioned a sand and water play area. Is that kind of proposed area, that lighter tan color on the rendering?
Yep.
Okay. Is in that? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Right there. And then for the smaller interactive art pieces, I see one in like that sand area, and then another in the age 2 to 5 play area.
Yeah.
When you say smaller, are you talking about the bean kind of shapes, or
No.
like so?
Those would be some of the smaller pieces. If you go back to the interactive, so the ones that I had actually referenced in the plan. So you see those 2 art pictures, the 2 on the far right. So the ones that look like little splash guys, those are the pieces that we imagine. Yep. No, more right.
Mhm.
That one. And then if you go down to the next image, that one. Yep. So those pieces would be about 4 feet in height. And the reason why we would want to include the smaller pieces in the 2 to 5 area is for fall zone safety. So you don't want that age group to get up higher than like 3 feet. And they're just also really awesome. So putting them there would be just a great interactive opportunity to climb and also experience the art.
Okay, that's exactly what I was wondering. I think those are my only clarifying questions right now.
Commissioner Berticelli?
Is there any possibility, since the tree canopy will take 10 or 15 years to really provide any significant shade, of putting some temporary shade structures?
There's always that possibility. And I'll just speak from my own personal professional experience. If you put in something that you're not going to keep or you're going to change out later, sometimes that's not very well received. And I actually have a great example. I had this project. It was my first design project that I ever worked on. And we had these beautiful seat walls, pour-to-place seat walls, 3 feet high, 3 feet wide. And there was the design intent to not put skate guard clips in them when the park opened, because they wanted to show that these are beautiful and we don't want to push anyone away from using. Eventually the city said, all right, we got to put those skate clips in now. And what happened within like 2 weeks of putting the skate clips in is somebody went in and knocked every single skate clip out, which not only ruined these beautiful poured in place seat walls, and you have like a 6-inch divot in each one, and that ruined the entire experience. So that's my first professional note, is don't recommend putting in things as temporary fixes, because people get attached to them and they might not understand why those are changed. The second reason that we could absolutely put them in, for the scale of something like this, the types of shade structures you would need to put in require engineering, because we're talking shade structures that would be, all right, so that I think that largest play piece in the middle is about, I want to say like 24 feet high. So then there's a distance above that the shade structure needs to be, which means that the poles are actually engineered into the ground to have the correct science.
I wasn't thinking about putting shade over the whole play area, but just maybe some little shade islands where people could get out of the sun until the tree canopy develops, and maybe it could just be, there could be signage on them right from day one. These will be removed once the trees fill in, or something like that. I understand what you're saying.
We've seen some fun success with kind of like fabric installations of but much more lightweight, like what you're talking about, of having specific shade over very specific locations. You can throw like a triangle piece of fabric, and that works well.
Okay, I think that finishes up the commission. So let's move to the art committee. I cannot remember your name. Let's start with you. I don't have your thing, so we'll start and we'll move along.
I had several questions, and most of them have been answered already. I would also recommend the city look at fixing the lights if they're going to redirect the traffic. I want to mention that I was born here, and so I did spend time as a child visiting friends, going to the library, and playing at that playground. And then I moved back to town and brought my children to the library and the playground. So I'm really excited from a very personal feeling that this is a wonderful place to invest this money. As a Petaluma native, yes, people are very familiar with heading on Payran towards East Washington and turning up Fairgrounds Drive. And that's going to be one way. So there's got to be good education and signage that has changed. Coming out of the fairgrounds, it looks like then they would turn left to leave. So I'm not sure how that's going to be redirected coming out of the fairgrounds itself. And I think that might be beyond your scope, but that's going to have to be addressed. So my one question is, if I heard you correctly, there's art up by the teen center, art in the 2 to 5 age group. And then you said the entry on Payran. So, where is that?
Yep, exactly. Thank you.
Okay, so it's not really on Payran. It's coming off of
It is.
Fairgrounds Drive.
And that's a very fair comment. Cheryl?
Yes.
Cheryl, that's a really fair comment. We did have a conversation with the city and Oleg about moving that art to the corner. But then the art didn't become as interactive because since these play pieces are designed to be play sculptures, they need to have a resilient material underneath them. And so if we pulled that art piece and we put it out onto the corner, we probably wouldn't want to put it on that resilient play piece because having children or people interact with that right at the corner kind of became a bit of a hazard. And then we also toyed with the idea of putting a play piece in planting. So therefore it would no longer become a play piece. It would become a sculptural piece in planting. And then that also didn't feel like it was fulfilling the vision of what we wanted to do with Oleg. So that's a good catch. That's a good, you're right. It's not exactly on the corner, but we felt like we could get some visibility into the art in that location while also keeping it safe and playable.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify where it would be. So thanks.
Well, we're just going to go in order. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay. Yeah, my questions were really about art location and context for each of them. You've gone into some of that about the scale for the 2 to 5 play area. There are 2 pieces there.
Yes.
Right, and they're the smallest.
Yes.
And then it sounds like you're also using them as devices to, what you said was highlight the entries.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Okay, so they'll have good sight lines from pretty much all
Exactly.
directions, right?
And that's actually one of the reasons why we're thank you, why we're highlighting the Kenilworth location as having our largest art pieces, ranging in 12 to 14 feet high, because having a physical entrance there, if you go to the rendering, the model, the perspective, the last one, you can see that there's that entryway right there. So it's cueing visitors that this is the teen center. You're going to walk into the teen center or be by the teen center. But it's also a great location to link into the larger play area. So that was exactly our thinking.
Okay, and then the one that Cheryl referenced closest to the intersection of Fairgrounds Drive, that is also made.
That piece will be about 8 feet high, so it's like our medium-sized piece-ish. And then the 2 in the sand play and the 2 other ones, those would be about like 4 feet high.
Okay.
And that's really for the children that would be playing their physical scale compared to the art scale.
So total of 5 or 6?
And total 5
Okay.
is what we're proposing.
Okay. And last question about the art lighting.
Art lighting, yes.
The lighting, how is that? Is that directed up? And if so, how did you get permission?
It's not directed up. Okay. We did consider up lighting, but that means that the lighting fixtures have to be in the resilient matting. And within that fall zone, we can't have anything other than resilient matting for children to fall on. So if they were going to fall on an uplight in the ground, that becomes a hazard. We could potentially put the uplights in the adjacent planting, but that's not ideal for maintenance and gophers. Hopefully, knock on wood, nothing gets in there. So the lighting that our consultant OMM recommended would be pole lights, but those heads, those kind of like sharp spigot things, they can be directional. So we can get, I'm trying to think of the beautiful, we can have an atmosphere around the arts instead of just like a single spotlight, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I just don't understand that fixture that we're looking at there. What's happening with
right? So that's not the full fixture. So that it's kind of cropped. In reality, it'd probably be like a 12 to 15 foot high fixture, right? And it would be on the corners of that play area with the light oriented towards the sculptures.
Okay, understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, great, perfect. Then we're going to move to, thank you for this presentation. We'll continue talking. We're going to move to public comment. We have one public comment, Nick Holliday, regarding, it looks like beach volleyball courts.
Great job. I'll be fast, but I just wanted to come and represent people who love playing beach volleyball. I currently commute like 30 minutes to an hour 3 times a week to play beach volleyball, and so having a court in Petaluma would be a dream come true. And about the volleyball courts, just having them be quality, and like Lauren has already thought about the drainage, but just having quality sand, deep sand, and good drainage, it's going to be really important, because when I've seen so many courts just fall into disrepair and nobody uses them because they're not fun to play on, or you can get hurt while playing on them. So if it's possible to have multiple courts, it seems like the area is really tight. That would be even better, but maybe I'll just have to come to the next Sparks meeting or something like that. But yeah, that's all I had to say. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Now we're going to go to commissioner and committee comment. So again, I'm going to start to my left with Commissioner Chisholm. Do you have any comments? It's okay. We can go to a council person now, and if it comes back, just flag me, okay? Great.
So I'm curious, so it's probably to the staff, Drew and Cindy, what is the timeline after this? It goes to council. The library is going to be closed for a year for renovations, and they're going to be using the Kenilworth Rec building, I believe, for I haven't heard all the specifics, but that's the plan I heard. So how does that work into our timeline for achieving reality here?
So the next step is to pull together some rough order of magnitude estimates based on the feedback here, any changes that we need to make, and then bring it to council for a first review this summer. So obviously that's beyond what it would make into fiscal year 25's budget. So we'd be looking at identifying funding, timelines, et cetera, as part of the next round of our fiscal budget, which we typically start in December. So that would be 26, would be conversations for public funds. Now, again, I think we can get started, with support from council, depending on how that goes with grants and whatnot, but it does not conflict with the library's timeline who's going into construction. So, and I think that is a 12 months-ish, maybe sooner, Diane knows. We'll call it a year, so I think that's good.
We're looking at 2026. I'm just thinking what we're going to tell the public, because we get comments and emails, and I want to be able to say, in a couple of years.
Sure.
Okay.
I think that would be a conversation for council. I think we can bring as part of the presentation timelines when we're working with MIG on not just some funding, but the cost of pushing it out years, what we can think with escalators and all of that. Great conversation for next round.
So the current playground is going to be the same status quo for at least 2 years. Is that what I'm hearing? Is that what I'm going to tell the public?
Yes. I mean, this, again, we're not looking for, we have to evaluate the current playground replacement program with all of the existing playgrounds. So we don't have another playground that we're looking to replace. This is a project for the whole park. So yes, whenever a playground piece of equipment fails, we've got an option to replace it, repair it, or remove it. So that continues with any playground. But yes, for this project, we would be looking at fiscal 26 would be the earliest.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Did you think of it? All right, great. Commissioner Chisholm.
Just two quick things. First, my only actual real concern is making Fairgrounds Drive a one-way. Other than that, as far as, this design and how it compares to the budgetable reality, I think it's always good to start with the overall dream, the whole dream, and then have that in mind when you're taking into account what really can feasibly be done. But if you don't have the whole dream to start with, then it's not going to work so well. So budget can change this, but you got to have the whole dream to start, the Cadillac, what you really want to see, and go from there. So I think this is great. Thank you.
Commissioner Bertuccelli.
Thank you for creating such a wonderful design, and I think that this park will become a magnet for people from all over the city and a focal point and a great gathering space for the community.
I love this the first time we saw it. I love it now. My only comments would be, in order to avoid confusion, adding parking / multi-use for that parking lot.
Okay.
I just think that will clear up the confusion. I really hope that you guys keep the one-way traffic and that multi-use bike ped. I think that's amazing. I think it'll be less congested through there, way more organized, way safer for kids playing and stuff like that. One thing that I thought of when Nick was up talking about the volleyball meadow, something that I noticed, my daughter plays sand. And in Kotari, they have a water spigot because the sand gets so hot. And I believe I'm almost positive that's one of the uses for that water spigot. He's used it a few times, but it got me thinking about how hot it is and about how there's not going to be shade there. So that might be, and again, you're not obviously trying to hose it down, but you're trying to cool it down so that, and I believe that's what it's for, but there is a very specific use that they use a water spigot for. And I can actually look into that or give someone a contact for that, for why. But there's a water element, and it's not a lot. It's not anything that's going to break a water bank or anything. But it was a thought that came to me. I would recommend coming up with a budget for managing the Gophers so that we have it in, because I agree with you. Let's not get them in there. And then I think that's it. I love it. I hope everything moves forward. Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you. I'm super excited. It's my neighborhood. I love it. I love that this is going to be down the street from my house. I love the bike and pedestrian lane. I went to Seattle a couple weeks ago. That's the whole city, and that's what I want for our city. I see how it works, and it's amazing and incredible. So I'm glad it's there. I will say that my daily walk is I live down by Anna's Seafood, and my daily walk is down Payran. There's nowhere to cross the street unless you remember to cross all the way down by the fairgrounds entrance, all the way down there, which I never remember when I'm going to Target, and then you have to jaywalk. There's nowhere to cross the street. So I don't know if there's a possibility of putting some kind of crosswalk in at Fairgrounds and Payran, or even at that stop sign a little bit before, but are you laughing at me, Drew? You're thinking, oh, you're laughing at me. Okay, gotcha. But that's my walk every day, and there's nowhere to cross there. So tell me, jump in. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
Never know where you're going to be when traffic. Unplug that. You never know where you're going to be when traffic concerns come up, but they're always expected. So I've already Stutzman, our Deputy Director of Operations, about the signal complaints at Payran and East Washington. My understanding was that is it not enough green time on Payran Is that the concern?
Mhm,
Okay.
mhm.
So I messaged him about that. He'll be looking into that. We are looking very closely at adding new crosswalks at the intersection of East D and Payran, especially with all of the work happening or all of the focus on the fairgrounds property right now. And then what was the other thing I was thinking about, circulation related? As far as the one-way is concerned here, there is obviously a much larger planning effort happening, looking at the fairgrounds site in its entirety. I think there's a recognition among staff and what we've heard from the public that this area is very challenging to navigate for everyone, whether you're walking, biking, driving. Right now, it's kind of just a big confusing mess. And so we are looking very closely at Fairgrounds Drive and the connections going through the parking lot, the potential for connectivity through the parking lot in that context. And so, I was a little scared when we had the one-way showing here, because I think there will be a lot of there's going to be a lot of focus on this area, and this is all very conceptual, obviously, and subject to further consideration especially when it comes to the circulation. So, yeah.
And Bjorn, while you're up there, you're a target. Active transportation plan.
Yes.
We talk a little bit about just the conversations with design and how that kind of fits in, because you can't really see the connection through the point. But can you talk about that real briefly?
Yeah, so we are updating our active transportation plan. That's our bicycle and pedestrian master plan. It's where we really establish the vision for all of the especially bicycle connections throughout the city, and also pedestrian improvements. And one of the top requests we received in our first round of engagement was for a clear and safe path of travel through this area, getting people from Payran Street up through the fairgrounds parking lot up to the Target shopping center. And there's actually a great pedestrian overcrossing right behind Target that many people know about and use. Many people don't know about. It's a great freeway crossing where you don't have to worry about vehicle traffic. So that's, again, why we're looking at this so closely. This whole area really just needs a lot of improvement, especially as far as bicycle and pedestrian circulation, and the community has definitely identified that as a real concern in this area. Yeah.
Thank you for looking into it.
Yeah,
and thank you for clarifying, because it is really confusing when you're going past Fairgrounds through that parking lot. Is that a road? Is that not a road? And, already I was thinking, oh, this is one way. Now, how do I get to Target from my house? But well, I was, right? But it's so much more clear too.
Mm-hmm.
And also there are a lot of, as you alluded to, safety issues right through there and whatnot. And especially if you have kids running around. And if on the other side we do some kind of sports court or something like that, where kids really are running back and forth, being proactive around that is really awesome. So thank you.
Yeah. And one last thing, we did launch our Safe Streets nomination program in October. We just compiled our first round of scores. We got over 600 requests from the community. And this stretch of Payran Street was identified in our top 10 scoring streets. So we'll be looking at hopefully advancing some improvements, including the crosswalks across at East D shortly here. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks.
Also, Marianne alluded to it a little bit before, and I understand the need for parking. I also really want this to be a vibrant and active park, and having the remodeled library there and the Kenilworth Teen Center there that I hope gets used as a teen center or something to bring young people in or anyone in. I do worry about the multi-use space, because to me, a farmer's market sounds awesome there, or bringing people in and using that space. And I think, that can be hard and confusing for the staff that's using it. But I also don't want to limit ourselves in that is park space, right? And we have to recognize that is park space. And so being aware of that and using it how it needs to be used, while being, neighborly and whatnot with the library for sure. But I think that this has such potential to be a hub, and bringing people in will be key to that, of all ages and all interests. And so not wasting that space will be important, but I'm really excited. Thank you.
I have a note that also may explain why we've designed it that way. and that is to accommodate for the site's grading. So where that multi-use spot is right now is kind of the highest point of the whole site, and not addressing it grading wise does impact the whole design. So I know that we're only at 30% schematic, but I kind of want to just, from the landscape architect view, relay the difficulty of creating this beautiful park space without doing some type of renovation also to that flat space. Like, something would need to happen engineering wise. It would be very difficult to accommodate new design at the site if we were to leave that parking space completely untouched. So I imagine, minimally it will at least need to be repaved to accommodate for any type of grading transitions that would happen. Because, I mean, you already have the ADA transitions happening at the regional library. We would want to make sure that moving from the regional library physically down to Payran and Fairgrounds, you would want that same level of accessibility. Just a note to consider from the more less graphic oriented part of this design.
Hi. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of looking at that multi-use space as like you use it after 6 p.m. or on Sundays when the library is closed or whatever. It's just like it's a space that can be there when the employees aren't parked there. So it's like,
and that's absolutely our design intention.
I don't think it's that. What was I going to say? So Prop 68 paid for the plans. That's what we're using the Prop 68 money for, because there was a timeline on that money, right?
A portion of Prop 68 can be used for design. A portion is going to be seed money. But Measure M was a primary driver for design on this.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's all public funds. You want to look at it that way?
Wasn't there a timeline for when we had to, it wasn't that long either,
Yeah,
right?
so we have an extension on that. But yes, we have 2 portions of Prop 68 were awarded. And yeah, we submit updates for that. And yes, we have an extension beyond a few years. I think it's like 2029. But that's the overall portion of this project, that's going to be a very small portion, but it was the most critical because it got it started.
Started.
Yep.
I also wanted to suggest maybe having 2 sand volleyball courts, because we're hearing a lot from the community that it's, it's picking up and it's becoming very popular again. So I think to have that, we don't have a court anywhere else in town would be great. What else? So, and then on the art part of it, it's like, are we going to have this art done and we're going to have nowhere to put it? Because that's what I'm feeling. I'm feeling like we are going to then have to pay storage fees for this art, right? I mean, when did we start East Washington Fields? Like, when was that first idea? Like mid-90s? And it was supposed to be like 6 baseball fields and all and none of what actually happened, right? And then it's finally, 2024, we finally have a baseball field over there? I mean, it was a long time ago, right? Am I wrong? 99, if I'm
Yeah, I mean,
generous?
that's a fair question. We the concept for the Petaluma Community Sports Field was adopted in 2007.
Okay.
Lot larger park, funded through a collection of parkland impact fees, and I think we broke ground and finished in 2015. But there was also a recession in there and some unanticipated events, I think. So, yes, we can't tell you now timing of art. The glass half full, and the opportunity is we're engaging and including more stakeholders into wanting to see a project. So if you build coalitions and you build interest in the project and you involve more people, public momentum and inertia is a real thing. So that's how I view this, as a unique opportunity. And so if public art could be a driver as far as recognizing different funding, that helps, but also a driver in pushing a timeline, because we have this opportunity to work with an artist. That's even equally important. So I look at it in those views.
Nice. Thank you.
Your front yard. We won't put it in your front yard.
You can put it in my front yard. I'll store it. I'll charge the city money. That's cool. They like to give me notices. I'll give them a notice. Yeah, it's just like, I feel like the artist is like up and running, and it's like, we're taking this to council in 2 years. I mean, it's beautiful. I love it. I love the vision. I'm just like trying to be realistic of what I've seen play out here. And I mean, McNear baseball field still isn't fixed. This, it's like all this stuff that I'm sorry. I'm just like, I can't. And I'm just like thinking about what the public's going to think about being presented these ideas and being so excited about this stuff. And then it's like, maybe our grandkids will get to use it, or like my kids will outgrow it by the time it's done, which is fine. Like it will be there for someone, but I'm just like, I think we just need to be really realistic of what a timeline is when we like send this stuff out to public and the city posts this on Facebook and it gets people excited. Like this isn't happening anytime soon. And even me being on this committee wasn't aware that we had funding for a plan. Like that's it. We funded the art. I know we funded the art, but so like the city either needs to like step up big and do something about it, or we just have to be super transparent, because that's what we keep saying is like, oh, transparency, we're so transparent. Let's show you these ideas. By the way, they won't be done, I don't know. Sorry, but I just, it's like you're so excited about something. It's like, maybe, who knows what we'll have money for. So anyways, end of rant. Sorry. Thank you.
Couple of things. First of all, thank you so much. It's so exciting to see this, even at 30%, it's very clear what the vision is. And I think, you can really see how much work was put into making the vision come through and taking all of that public input. I was there in February when we were taking public comments, and I just see so much of it reflected in this plan. So that's really appreciated. I love the teen patio, the teen center, how much thought has been put into that area. It's so sad to see that just unused, underutilized, even in the programs that aren't teen specific, the programs that take place there weekly could benefit from, that area being activated, that art right there. It just feels so much better pulled into the rest of the park and, the library, having that. Everything just feels very well incorporated. The multi-use space is really exciting, and the thought to future expansion, the parking lot across the street. I just appreciate that MIG and city staff is not, thinking narrowly, and like Commissioner Chisholm said, we have to think big and grand so that we can narrow it down, because it's easier to narrow down than it is to say, oh, well, we have to go back and reimagine this and, get community input. And so I'm just really excited that it is this big and it is this grand, because I think it's going to get people excited and motivated to show up and try and move this along is my hope. And I'm just going to choose to be optimistic and just really hope that our community, this is something that they really want and they desire. So I hope that we can get the support from the city council and from the larger community to do this project. So, and I love how much seating there is. It's pretty amazing. Tunnel Tops in San Francisco is like, just my happy place, dream park. But one of the features that I love most about that is all of the sitting walls and just using the multifunctional pieces. So I'm just really glad to see a lot of that incorporated here. I do think along with maintenance plans for gophers, I think having that sand and water area is something really unique to the city. There's nothing else like that here in the city. So I think coming up with plans on how to maintain that is going to be crucial, or else that area is just going to end up being unplayable. It's just a unique thing. It's kind of a new type of play setting. So just having specific plans for that, I think, would be really helpful in moving forward with that area. I also had some questions, concerns about, and thank you for being here, Bjorn, because I bike that stretch of Payran almost daily and sit at that stoplight and wait for the signal to turn green on my bike, because I guess you have to wait for a car to come up behind, or you have to get off your bike and, go do the signal yourself. So if there is more activation of bikes in that area, we need to be mindful of signals and how people can safely cross that big stretch of Washington. But yeah, I know Safe Streets, that stretch of Payran is on their radar too. So super glad about that. But overall, I'm just so excited to see it this far along. I know we have a lot of work to do and a lot of convincing a lot of different stakeholders and the commission or city council. So I just really hope that all of us can champion this project further and really see it through, because this isn't just, I have a small child and I'm anticipating that he might not even be able to play in some of these areas, but it's, it's a larger vision. It's for future Petaluma, and I just, thank you.
Moving on to Public Art Committee.
Thank you, as I said earlier, for a really great design. I personally am thrilled. I guess I am surprised about 2026 or later. So I guess it's for our future grandchildren that we're looking. But I agree. Let's stay excited and let's keep championing this, because if we don't, then it falls apart. So keep the momentum going. If it takes 2 years, if it takes 5 years, hopefully not that long, but it'll be great when it happens. My question is, I have two questions. So one possibly for Bjorn, where Fairgrounds Drive comes down now and to Payran, and it would be between the park and that future court play, why not redesign the road so that where Fairgrounds Drive is coming at a curve, have it go on where the future court play is, and then let the court be where Fairgrounds Drive meets Payran, so you don't have a road going through it anymore. Let's think big. Let's look at the whole thing. You don't want a road in the middle of a park area. You just don't. And so if it could be redesigned, I'm not a road engineer, but I am a visual person. So that would be my thought. And then my question, I guess, for Drew or the city or someone is, where are the bathrooms and changing tables and things like that for parents and children? So I think we need to incorporate that somehow. That's something I hear all the time from other residents. We don't have enough public bathrooms downtown, and we're going to make this absolutely fantastic park. I think we need to not forget things like bathrooms. So those are my comments and questions.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. And yeah, thanks for the creative suggestion. I certainly see what you're saying, where you're basically expanding the park's footprint by moving the road away from it. And really just to reiterate, I think there is still a larger conversation that needs to be had about the entire fairgrounds property, and I know that's going to ramp up here now that the city has kind of taken back property management there. So, and I don't know, Drew, if you have anything else to add to that.
Yeah, no, appreciate the question, committee member Cheryl. The teen center's restroom plumbing fixtures, although you can't see, are located in the southern portion of the building. And so when we talked about, original what we would give up to put in a new structure of restroom facilities, we said, well, there's an opportunity there. It would have to involve or be dovetailed by increase in public access. But this park is not intended to be a lit park. It's intended to be a park with lights. And so dawn to dusk type is the intention here. So we thought maybe, dovetailing on that effort, but if you wanted to talk about restrooms in general, go for it.
Yeah, I could add a little bit. So exactly, yeah. This is stuff I'm working on a Parks and Recreation master plan right now, and I was literally thinking about park classifications and which parks should get restrooms and which should not. And this is a decently good example of a park that wouldn't get a restroom in it for two reasons. One is that it has two existing facilities on it, although I know that it's not the most convenient thing. And then the second thing, like what Drew's saying, is that it's a community park, but it's not quite to the scale of like a citywide park or like a site that would have athletic sports where you would need to be there for, a 2-hour game. The scale of this park is more that folks would drop in for a shorter period of time. And then, but to build on that, we did consider doing restrooms, and in our conceptual utilities connection plan by our civil engineer, we do highlight the existing utility connections at the restroom to kind of note that hey, should we decide to add a restroom or a restroom facility, these are the utilities that exist that we can plug into. Personally, I think in a perfect world, if we could increase access to the Kenilworth Teen Center and find a way to make it, make just those restrooms and that kind of entry vestibule be accessible for park open time, dawn to dusk, that would be awesome to build on what you already have.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I've one question, or maybe a little bit of an amorphous discussion about art, but right after I say that if about the park itself, about the proposed park, if something like this is realized in Petaluma in the next 3, 4, 5 years at this scale, or even close to this vision, it will reignite my excitement about what can be done with public spaces in this town. It's so far beyond really the ambition of most public spaces that we've seen. So wish you all well with that and love to be an ongoing supporter. It's good to hear that you've enjoyed working with the artist.
Yes. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, Oleg's been excellent. He's been very responsive. His design concept actually changed and evolved in response to our design concept. He really made sure to incorporate this kind of river theme, but not in a corny water way. He really thought about how water connects our community, connects the Petaluma community, but can also be used as a physical play element. So that he did an excellent job folding in, the landscape architecture design component, but then also being really responsive to the nitpicky comments we had when it came to designing play structures, because the design of play structures is very different from the design of art and sculptural art. So he's been really great to work with.
It's great to hear. It's a strong endorsement that he can take in design considerations.
Definitely.
Consideration when he's doing his art. So one question about the surface of the art. It's going to be glass fiber reinforced concrete, and is there going to be pigmentation at this point? Did you guys get that far?
The idea that we've liked is we did consider colors with Oleg, and the final design that we really like, if you can go to those images, is a bone white, off-white design. And we settled on this because it felt that in that way, the art pieces almost have even more expansiveness. They have more opportunity to be whatever they're supposed to be. Oleg has said that material can change. As landscape architects, we love this material. We work with it a lot, and it's excellent for play surfacing. It has the kind of little grippy pieces that you need. It's not like a polished marble where kids are going to slip and slide right off. So yeah, it's white.
Okay, but one bone color throughout.
Yeah,
Okay.
one kind of off-white bone color for all the pieces.
Okay, so this is the amorphous part. I was picking up on what Commissioner Rizzo Simons was asking about the schedule, and then also thinking about the artist's work, thinking about our budget that's going to go toward this. And so if you could sort of paint a picture of what you see if this does go forward at the current scope and the art components are approved, in your professional estimation, when do you think the artist would be doing the work?
That's a really great question. I think in a perfect world, I mean, to construct this site alone would take a couple months. You have the mass grading that Cindy talked about. This is going to be a big project. Your demolition, that takes quite a while. The mass grading, that takes quite a while. The transportation, the actual installation of not only the play equipment, but you have the paving that needs to be poured, curated. You have the resilient matting that needs to be poured and curated. I would imagine that Oleg would actually start his manufacturing of that product like not too far before the actual construction of this project starts. But I say that I don't know how long his manufacturing process is. And then I don't want to jump too far ahead, but we have talked with Oleg about those estimate costs of what he would estimate for the actual fabrication of the pieces, and so that has been put into our professional consideration. So I don't see Oleg generating these sculptures in too far beyond when this project would actually go into the ground.
Okay, so it could be a couple years downtime for him. Yeah. So okay, thank you. That's all.
It was my understanding that he wasn't going to manufacture it right now. That it wasn't something we were going to have to store. So that wasn't
correct.
That would, that would be,
that
would make sense. I like the placement of the art. I like the final placement. I think it's perfect. And I really, really like the art and I like the color a lot. But I really appreciate the mission statement. I think it's fantastic. And in my experience, having a mission statement allows a population to stay committed to something and to continue the vision and not just kind of have it drift away because they have this really positive, inspiring mission statement that's kind of an underlying base for the vision. And when you don't have that vision, like you said, things become limited. Everything just gets limited as you go along. And so I'm really impressed with this. I think you did such a great job. And I'm so glad you've liked working with him because I think he's so talented.
He's been great. He's much taller than you'd think he'd be. Like meeting him in person versus Zoom, I was like, oh.
He is tall, isn't he?
Yeah, he's really tall. He's been great.
And then just side note, as someone whose 3 sons went to St. Vincent's, I spent 20 trillion hours at that light. So hearing that something's going to be done, it gives me such joy. I mean, it won't help me because they're gone, but I'm really glad to hear that it's going to be fixed. So, but thank you very much. This is fantastic.
Great. I did forget one thing in my list. I just really want to stress the teen area of importance to echo other people, and maybe a parking or maybe the light too, just, for good measure. Okay. I think
Bjorn.
Yeah. Hey, I know from PBAC, we had our last meeting. This was brought up last meeting, so it's not new.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
We should have brought you a cupcake. Okay, I think that closes out this item for this evening. Thank you so much for your attention to detail. Oh, no, we're not. Drew?
Just a formality. Staff is seeking a recommendation that we send this to City Council for consideration of adoption at the concept level. And then along with the Art Committee, we'd like their vote on this as well, so we can put that in the books.
Great. Okay. Rachel, can you take us through a vote, please?
And the
Hold on. I motion that we, I motion, did I just interrupt you? Sorry. I motion that we move this design ahead as is, along with the Public Art Committee. Are we all voting at once, Drew? Or are they voting separately?
Yeah, good question. We do technically have a quorum. This is noticed as a public meeting, so with Commissioner... Yes, you get to vote, make history, you get to vote twice. But yes, if we could call 2 separate votes, if that's okay. Appreciate
Well,
that.
I second Megan's motion.
Okay. Do we need also the art committee to make a motion?
So the
or do we do one
the
at a
vote
time?
could be a show of hands of Commissioner, and then again, Commissioners Kelly made the motion, seconded by Greenspan. All in favor. Thank you. And then, and then Public Art Committee, if we could get a motion as well, same action.
I'll motion to move this to City Council.
I'll second it.
And all in favor? Got it. Thank you. Appreciate it, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, now that concludes that item. I'll get this down right as I'm about to exit this chair position. Thank you for coming. We really appreciate, again, your attention to detail. Then now we will be moving to commissioner comments. We'll start over here. And thank you, Art Committee. I realize that has concluded your part of our lovely Parks, Recreation, and Music meeting. Thank you for joining us. And have a lovely evening. All right, Commissioner Greenspan, do you want to take us off? Do you have any updates for us?
Sure. Main update is the Aquatic Center, Swim Center Ad Hoc Committee had our first meeting last week, and we saw 2 different options for renovations of the locker room area, and staff did an amazing job on presenting some really well thought out options to bring the aquatics locker room, changing area, shower, bathroom situation into this century. So super excited about that. And I know our community is as well. I've been talking to some swimmers that are just, this change is long past due. So I'm really excited about that. And parks are all still super green, so that's amazing. Gophers seem to be having a field day literally these last 2 weeks, so don't envy Cindy and your staff trying to keep up with them. It seems like pretty intense right now, so yeah, I see you, and I see you guys and want to recognize that it does look like a real battle out there. So thank you.
Okay. Hannah?
Yeah. Parks are super green. Gophers are enjoying life, well fed. Yeah. I just want to clarify, I'm super excited about the Kenilworth thing. I just think we need to be very realistic to the public and just very transparent, because I think people see these things and get excited, and I think we just need to give them a really realistic timeline of what we're looking at. So that was my main focus there. Is I don't know, you see projects presented all the time and it doesn't end up being what it was supposed to be, or in the time frame. So I think it's awesome, and I think we should totally push for it and champion it all the way. So yeah. And then Art Committee, we meet next week, so I do not have an update other than the update that was here tonight.
I was at the City Council meeting on Monday night, and I just want to thank Councilmember Now for highlighting the museum so enthusiastically about membership and why it's important to be a member at the museum and how important it is to go visit the historical heart of Petaluma. As we try to create awareness, we try to do outreach, and so having you do that at the council meeting was really valuable and helpful. So thank you so much for doing that. We have a new exhibit opening on April 25th, Building Community in Petaluma. It's going to be amazing. Please come check it out. We're also doing some field trips, which we're excited that we're rebuilding our field trip program even more so. I also participated in a city evacuation drill last week, I think. The city has hired Tom Jordan as the emergency manager. We set up a temporary evacuation point, and they simulated an evacuation from Leisure Lake, and it was really awesome to be a part of. You know, there's so many possibilities out there of disasters that could happen and whatnot, but to keep these different situations, to try out different drills and how things could play out, I thought that was really great. And Tom Jordan's amazing. He's really, really amazing, and I'm really excited that the city hired him and put someone into that position so that, you know, before it was just like on Drew is one more duty of, you know, and then his staff and, you know, and now to have someone just solely focused on this is so incredible that the city put efforts towards that. So I'm really excited. Thank you.
I'm super excited about that too. That's a major concern for me. I'll do mine at that. Commissioner Verticelli.
I'll give you a little update on the tree committee. We're working on an Arbor Day celebration. It's going to be a family festival with activities for the kids and the family. We're going to have a treasure hunt, and we're going to have there's going to be a food truck. There's going to be various other vendors and organizations that will be represented, tabling there to provide education for the public. So that's going to be on the 27th at Prince Park from 11 to, I think, 3. And want to encourage everyone to bring your families out, come out and support the city's efforts to, we're going to be highlighting all the work that the city's been doing planting trees with Relief, but also trying to give some information to the public about things that they can do in terms of the recommended street trees that they can plant in front of their houses, or trees that they might be good for a backyard shade tree. And so kind of just giving people information, guiding them on some of the different native trees that might be good candidates for planting around their house, and just making it a fun day for families and kids. So I hope you can all come out and stop by for a quick visit. And I think the parks are looking really great, and I know we've had a lot of rain lately, but I really feel like the parks are looking better than I've seen them look since I moved here. And I don't think it's just the rain. So keep it up. Thank you.
Councilwoman Now.
Before I get into what we've been doing as the city council, I'll have to tell you that I'm spending a lot of time at Lucchese Park because I have 2 grandsons playing Little League, and they play at the Smith Ball Field and Keneally Ball Field. The path, the parking lot, first of all, you could lose a small child in those potholes in the parking lot. So it needs to be resurfaced, because when it rains, it is a pool of water. And the parking lot is a pool because it's uneven, because it's built on adobe. Anyway, and then the landscaping, our turf at the soccer fields really needs to be replaced. Between the chain link fence, between the sidewalk and the turf, there's just weeds growing, and it looks terrible. And the path, that sidewalk is great going to the ball fields, but the lawn area, because it gets so much foot traffic from these kids either dragging their backpacks and baseball equipment or the parents dragging their seating material. I don't know. It's just, it really needs some TLC. And I feel bad because I'm a sitting duck at these games because they all know I'm on the city council. So they inundate me with like, do you know what's going on here and why we don't have bathrooms? At the Lucchese, that end of the ball field, there's just porta potties. And I'm like, I'm trying to watch a game. But anyway, the city council has been working really hard. We had the April 8th meeting, the Safe Streets presentation, and trying to do this, slow the fast down, trying to get the neighborhood streets a little bit safer, and bike upgrades. I discovered there is no bike routes in the theater district. It's really sad. And then the traffic calming on D Street was very contentious, but the neighbors, there were 80 speakers. We were there until I think 1 a.m. It was approved to go ahead with the calming on D Street measures, and then the Greenway on 5th Street. So that's going to go ahead. It's supposed to be a pilot program, so we'll have to see what the traffic study is when it comes back after it's been put into place. It won't happen right away. It's probably 2025, 26 cycle before they get it all done. And then last Monday, we had our goals and priorities, and we were there until about midnight. We have so many things that we want to get done in the city. We took almost 28 goals and priorities. We couldn't even come up with the top 10. And we broke it into year one, what we can do. Some of it we've already started. Some of it is the fairgrounds and taking over the management part of it. And then the second year, what we can handle, getting things, because we only have so many hours in the day and staff does need to go home to their families. And so we have a lot to do in the next 2 years. And then we have budgets coming up. So the budget session will start next month. And I was joking about, we're planting all these trees. Where's the money tree section? Because of course we don't have enough budget to fulfill all our capital improvement projects. And I have been begging for more money for Parks and Recs, but we have to have the revenue to pay for these wish lists that we have. So we're working on it, and staff is doing an excellent job trying to get grants. So we hear about it. So stay tuned. Oh, and the general plan, there is a, where did I put that note about general plan? You want to go on the policy framework of the general plan, and you can see all the different policies that we have in place for the next 25 years for this general plan. And they're looking for community input. So I already did my homework for the city manager and turned in my top 5 things that I want to see in the new general plan, looking ahead to the future. Because I know my great-grandchildren are going to be using these parks. And we don't know what direction we are going to go, but we know the future is looking more like pedestrians and bicycles and non-car. So we've got framework in place, and I recommend looking at it because it will be finalized in 2025. And 25 years went by really fast. My name is on the last general plan, the current one.
Commissioner Chisholm.
The issues, mainly safety issues I see in my parks that I bring up, have been being addressed. So I'd like to thank Drew for that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, great. I have updates. PBAC, we got our update for Safe Streets, as Bjorn had commented, and the top 10 priorities that they'll be moving forward with. We also discussed a lot about quick builds and how they're done and how they're implemented, and that's a big piece of the Safe Streets of how they're going to be put forward. We also got an update, the wayfinding updates with the signage. And so they've been working on this for a while now. And really what the committee decided is trying to get the signage out as quickly as possible. It'll have QR codes, but basically so that when cyclists are going through town, there are ways for them to literally find their way around town. And there was some discussion about adding also, like you're on your bike and you're on Lynch Creek Trail. If you want to go to the fairgrounds, it's going to be, 0.5 miles, right? And then also some possible updates for how long it would take to walk, things like that. But those things are hopefully going to be moving forward so it can get, out to print and actually put up so that it's finalized that way. Then also on that D Street thing, because I know Hannah was talking about it, the holdup on it, that's due to sewer lines because that's all going to be part of a sewer project. So that's the holdup, just in case anybody was wondering on that. And that's it from me. Drew?
Thank you, Chair. We'll hear from our Superintendent of Parks and Facilities, Cindy Chong.
Hello. Just updates for the month. First, I'll just kind of dovetail off what Commissioner Bergelli talked about, Tree Festival. Depending on who you're talking to, I'll see if I can share this since I have the Zoom link up. Oh, it's not showing the whole thing. Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can make it fit the screen. If not, hold on. I've got it here. I just got to get the button to see if I can. Hold on. Here we go. So I want you guys, yeah, I got it. So this is the flyer that the ad hoc Arbor Day from Tree Committee created. I want you guys to be able to see it. I'll also send it around because we just finished this. But there's going to be Tree Fest, and just like Commissioner Bergelli said, it's going to be hopefully really fun. It'll be at Prince Park. One thing maybe she didn't mention is there's going to be an artist, and there will be a canvas, a really large mural, so there can be painting. And there's going to be organizations there. So it's I'm calling it the first annual. I'll say it out loud. We're hoping to grow this every year and kind of do this tree festival. And this was the brainchild of the tree committee. They talked about it last year. And so I put it on them. I said, if you want to make it happen, make it happen. I'll support it however I can. So they really kind of followed through. So if you're free on Saturday the 27th, please come to Prince Park, bring your kids, and just enjoy it. Like I said, there'll be music, there'll be art. There's going to be a really fun treasure hunt that Commissioner Bergelli is going to help with. So we're just going to really try to make it interactive. So if you can make it, we'd appreciate it. We know it's a busy time of the year. There's a lot of sports going on. It's Butter and Eggs the weekend before. It's Antiques Fair the Sunday after. So we're squeezing ourselves in, but we're hoping that if we build on this every year, it'll just be something that becomes part of, our Petaluma kind of calendar. So we'd appreciate the support. Outside of that, your crew is busy with trying to get the turf down, if I'm being honest with you, with between the rains and just kind of the little bit of dry periods we've had. If you've been in some of your parks or if you've gotten some comments from people, there are certain parts of parks we haven't mowed, even if we've mowed other parts of it, only because it's still saturated. So if the mower's going to get stuck, we have not gone on it. Prince Park was one of the ones that I actually paid for a contractor to come in and use lighter weight mowers just to get the turf down because our mowers were too heavy. So if you just see some of those, you can always reach out to me, but that's probably why it looks a little bit odd. If you're in a park, sometimes you're like, why is that corner? Like, why is the turf still a little bit taller? We're not doing a bad job. We just honestly don't want to get the mower stuck. But hopefully we're turning into dry season now and we won't have too much more rain and we don't have to deal with that, and we'll go get on a regular schedule. Highway season is coming up too, so if you're getting some comments on that, we did take Rocky Dog Park down. The contractor was out there, but we will be working on the rest of the schedule dovetailing with that, the sheep will be back. So they'll be going through and they'll be in areas. So we'll have a schedule for that out. So you might see sheep in some places. You might see, contractor in some places, but we'll be getting the high weed mowing down. Outside of that, there's just finished work that's happening at this time of year. Your park staff, if you see them, they're out painting, rails and things. We're doing picnic tables as it's starting to dry out. So they're doing that at this time of year. Exciting things on our front, on the facilities end, which you don't hear a lot about. We are in process of recruiting for a supervisor, so I'm interviewing next week. I interviewed for the facilities technician for the fairground site primarily last week, so we'll be going to second round interviews. So it's all really exciting for us to be able to bolster that staff up a little bit. So just really kind of, really exciting things for the team. Outside of that, if you see your parks team, say hi. They're busy running around. You'll sometimes see me yelling to get their attention. So if you see me running across the park and yelling at them, I'm just honestly trying to stop them to ask them a question. But if you have any questions about anything else, next, you got an email from me about next month's meeting and the joint meeting with the tree committee. So I know Drew will be sending you information if he hasn't already. It might be a long one, but it is the general plan and it's really important. So take the time, and if you have questions, please reach out beforehand so that, we can help fill in those holes anywhere we can. Okay, that's all I got for my updates. Thank you.
That's great, Cindy. I like the way you're branching out.
Nice.
Drew.
I was going to say it'd save me a tree shirt, but anyway. Yeah. Okay. I wanted to make a couple of most exciting staffing announcements. We've got new staff. Marco Siqueiro joined us on April 2nd as our newest recreation coordinator. Marco joins us from the town of Strawberry. Did I have that right? Village? Strawberry Recreation. It will soon be a town. One day it'll be a town, but it's cute nonetheless. But Marco's hit the ground running, super excited. This is a great time to join the team when you're responsible for adult sports and field allocations, because everything's open and active and coming at you. So a great time to learn. Also here in the chambers joining us tonight is our new Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation. This is Kat Reisinger. And sorry, Kat. I'm going to put you on the spot. I'm going to have you come up, introduce yourself. Kat started with us on Monday, and then we took her through a marathon council meeting at midnight, and then she came back on Tuesday. So that was a good sign. But no, I'm really excited that you're here, Kat. Maybe you can just tell us just a little bit of, where you came from.
No, thank you, Drew.
All that.
Thank you. Absolutely. I am absolutely thrilled to be here. I'm sorry if I look a little glazed. It's been a very long 3 days, a very great 3 days, but holy moly, Drew was not kidding when he was like, we have a lot for you to do. So very excited to be here. Thank you all, council member and commissioners, for your service to the community. We can't do what we do without the support of individuals such as yourselves. And you are, first and foremost, the champions for what we do, and we literally can't do anything without the support from the community, and you are the first, line of, I don't want to say defense, but line of, we'll say offense there to get the word out to everyone. So I really look forward to getting to know each and every one of you, how I can contribute to your own goals as well as the community and the town goals. Very quickly about myself, I live in San Rafael with my husband, my 3 children, and 3 dogs and 2 cats. I'm a big recreator down there. I served on the Parks and Rec Commission for the city of San Rafael for 4 years. I worked for Parks and Rec for San Rafael, Mill Valley, and most recently spent the last 5 years over in the city of Walnut Creek, overseeing their downtown community center, senior services, social services, and general recreation. So very excited to be back on this side of the bay. Absolutely love Petaluma. Many friends moved from San Rafael up to Petaluma and Santa Rosa. So thank you all. I don't have a business card yet, but my email's in the system. Would love to connect with anyone. Please do not hesitate to reach out. So thank you.
Thanks, Kat. Adult basketball, quick plug, the season is wrapping up May 5th, so it's been a great season. Men and women's adult leagues are playing on Sundays at Casa Grande, so things are heating up, unless you're the Warriors, but everyone else, no? Okay. Wiffle ball tournament. Miracle League hosted their third annual wiffle ball tournament at Lucchese Park on Saturday the 13th. Of course, that was the one day the weather was going to come in, but by all accounts, it was a massive success. Can we say smashing success? Okay. And again, just looking forward to building this into the annual season. And again, Miracle League hosts a great event. So appreciate a lot of their volunteers being part of that. The Inclusion Festival, we are excited to partner with the Inclusive Compass on hosting the 4th annual Inclusion Festival at the Petaluma Community Center. This is on May 11th from 11 to 6. So the event is for people of all abilities to enjoy performances, activities, and fun throughout the Bay. So please help us spread the word. Community Center on May 11th. The McNear tennis court dedication also happens to be on May 11th, other side of town, but again, staff are working with the PTA, the Tennis Association, on dedicating the Lynn Haggerty King Memorial Courts that were adopted by the commission, supported by council. So on May 11th, there'll be some fun activities, some play out there, and a real good special moment to kind of wrap up that important project. Speaking of projects, the solar panel project, if you've spent a lot of time at Lucchese, another milestone. The construction fencing is down. Some of the rewilding, we'll call it, has been mowed, but again, there's been some irrigation line disruption, so there's going to be some work done in some areas to repair the turf. But again, the fencing is down. Now it looks like a park again. It's getting some mowed treatment, and it's just exciting. I feel like we should have a flip the switch day, but I don't think they're going to go for that. But it's a huge deal. It's some of these projects that take a long time to go, but when it's there, and it's just massive, not just for shade, but for helping our utility bills and carbon footprint. PCSF, the community baseball field opening day is set for June 1st, and I really hope that the commissioners can put that in the calendar. I know you are all very busy, but that is a project that is so important. We are really trying to make it a celebration. There'll be some games played, but more than anything, just marking that moment. A lot of you were there for the breaking of the ground, and I think this is just like full circle how important it is to see that facility with people on it, playing ball at a great time of year. So June 1st, we don't have a lot of other details available yet, but we know that's the date we're going for. Do you have a question?
Sorry, does the baseball field have lights?
Does not have lights.
Because I was just thinking it's going to be like Little League playoffs, and like all those kids are going to want to be there. So I was like, if it could be a night game, that would have been awesome. So those kids, it's going to be like height of baseball.
Yes.
Baseball season.
Yes. Lights and grandstands are two of the priority capital projects to be to continue. So yes, does not have sports lights yet. Do we have a time? We don't have a time yet. Book the morning if you can, and then we'll try to get the details, like I said, as much as we can, even if it's a tentative agenda. We're meeting with the Leghorns group that we're working with on some of the scheduled activities tomorrow morning, so we should have some more information that I can send out soon.
And that part has taken 30 years.
The concept was adopted in 2007, but construction took about 12 months. So how's that? Play ball. It's coming. All right. One more date for May 11th. Actually, two more. I know the general plan, the frameworks are going to be brought back to you all, but please help us spread the word. The general plan committee is inviting folks for an open house at the fairgrounds on May 11th. So if you have questions or interests on a lot of subjects, I really encourage people to go there, because you've got everybody that you could get answers for or give input in one spot. It's like fish in a barrel. We're going to take things and parse it off like we need to as it relates to Parks and Rec or these unique disciplines, but that's the everything date. So if somebody's really interested in being involved in multiple areas, head to the fairgrounds. Also happens to be, as a bonus, it's the Transhumance Festival that day, and we're going to be starting the sheet at the fairgrounds. So they'll be, getting their breakfast, getting ready to go. And so it's an added bonus. They could go there, see the sheep. The sheep leave from the fairgrounds at 10, and they'll be herded down D Street, shepherded. They'll be chaperoned down D Street across Lakeville, ultimately to Steamer's Landing in McNear Park, where the festival is. So super excited about that. May 11th. It's all happening May 11th. Yep. Everything. Except for baseball's June 1. Okay. Thank you, commissioners. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.
This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you. This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you.